very good to get to see everyone again. A quick look is not satisfying enough. I could spend a whole hour looking at any one person here. But something. So I thank you all very, very much for taking the trouble to come here. It would have been a lot easier for one person to go there, but it would have been very difficult for moving Radha Kalachandji. When we built this temple room, Prabhupada, actually many devotees wanted to see Radha Kalachandji installed that larger building. Perhaps when you came here in the bus, maybe you have not yet had a chance to really look, but you'll see that this part of the buildings is not the largest part of the building. And so naturally people feel the deity should be in the largest building. And especially there are two towers on the other building. But Prabhupada said not to move Radha Kalachandji. So despite everybody's request, because certainly, as you will see, I think when you take prasad, you will take prasadam in that other building. The room is at least twice as big as this and twice as high. Very big room. But Prabhupada said, don't move the deity. So when we built this temple room, we didn't move the deity. In fact, Radha Kalachandji sat right there and watched the construction going on. And only at the final end of the construction, when everything was done, then we moved him to that side. And then we put the altar in place and built the last part. So this is one of the first deities, large Radha Krishna deities installed by Srila Prabhupada. In 1972, he installed Radha Kalachandji. He brought this deity from Jaipur. And the deity has an old history, which is hard exactly to trace, but there is some old history about this deity from a long time. And the Radharani deity was separately gotten by Prabhupada. Actually, there were two Radharani deities. One was meant for Detroit and one for Dallas, and somehow they switched in between the travels. And so here is the Radharani who came to be with Kalachandji. And these Gaurnitai deities, just like the smaller Gaurnitai deities in Houston, were part of our Radha Damodar traveling bus party. So here's a second set. There's three others in different parts of the world, which are still being worshipped also. And of course, the sixth bus was with Radha Damodar, and Radha Damodar are situated in Gita Nagari now. So, very good that you have all come here. How many of you have come here for the first time? Raise your hands. Okay. your hosts, our temple president, Yudhisthira Das, is sitting there. And some other prominent devotees are Nityananda Prabhu and Dharma Das, Chaitanya Singh is a Sankirtan devotee, and Radha Krishna is very familiar too. And there's Rasikendra Prabhu. Nityananda and Rasikendra's wives are cooking a feast for everyone, otherwise they would be here. Maybe you know also Ramanujacharya Das, very nice disciple of His Holiness Radhanath Swami. Are you okay? Less wise? He got his wisdom tooth pulled. Now we'll have to see if he lost any of his wisdom. I was trying to think of what subject to discuss with you, of course, because you are all in the field of education, now taking educational classes. And there's always that famous verse from Bhagavad Gita, 9th chapter, text 2, Raja Vidya Raja Guhyam. In the 9th chapter, education, Raja Vidya, the king of education, is called Krishna consciousness. And Srila Prabhupada explains that devotional service is the foremost type of knowledge or education. So I was thinking that this was an appropriate point to emphasize today. What is the purpose of education? There are many educational institutions in the world which teach many subjects. You know, if many of you have gone to college, and you know there are so many departments of knowledge. But Prabhupada says that there's no department to be found which teaches knowledge of the soul. And in talking about knowledge of the soul, Prabhupada says to know that you are spirit is good, but it's not enough. And in the adult educational program, we have to realize that there's something beyond knowing that you are spirit. Everyone sitting here knows this, even from prior to coming to Krishna consciousness. Therefore, what is it particularly that we hope to gain from adult education? It is the understanding of the importance of devotional service. Devotional service. Prabhupada speaks of devotional service. The word devotee, he says, cannot be applied to just anyone. In other words, for example, we see in many Hindu temples, there are so many gods and goddesses being worshipped. But Prabhupada makes the point that their worship is usually to gain some boon, some benefit, a type of exchange. Just as when you go to a shop, you exchange some money for some item which you purchase. So similarly, the devas and devis, when they are being worshipped, it is usually with the idea of exchanging the worship for a boon. Now, devotional service is not such an exchange. In fact, if you look at the lives of great devotees, when I was recovering from my illness, and in the evening I was thinking, what should I do with my time? And someone suggested that there are many good Hindi religious movies. So, and some Bengali ones also. So first we began by watching the two movies about Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, which probably you have seen, Nadia Nimai and Nilachala Mahaprabhu. Very beautiful movies. After that, we went to the movie about Tukaram. Have you seen that? Sant Tukaram. Then, from there, we saw a movie about Tulsidas. Then, we saw a movie about Dhruva Maharaj. And finally, we saw a movie about Harish Chandra, which was, I thought, the best. I liked that movie the most. I don't know what that proves about me, but it proves something about Harish Chandra. I mean, his sacrifice, his dedication to truthfulness, and his giving charity were certainly unparalleled. But the point I want to make is that if you look at any one of these movies, you will see that in bhakti, I mean, they're all worshippers of the Supreme Lord, whether it's Vishnu, Ram, Narayan, or Lord Krishna. And in every case, these devotees suffer. They suffer. And therefore, we have to say that it appears that there is going to be suffering when there is bhakti. And this is not something that you may like to hear. I mean, it's not a very nice thing that you all came so far to hear me tell you that, and then to find out that you are going through this educational program simply to suffer. But if we have to believe these movies, and they are made a long time ago, before movies were what they are now. There was some honesty, perhaps, in the movie-making industry in those days. If we believe those movies, if we know those great personalities, you'll know that each one of them, Tukaram, Tulsidas, Dhruva Maharaj, and Harish Chandra, and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his associates, all of them, they did suffer. You see Kunti Devi, the mother of the Pandavas, she in fact says that this suffering is welcome. She says it's welcome because Krishna, when we suffer, we remember you more. When everything is going fine, we tend to forget you. But in suffering, then we actually remember you. And she prays, let the suffering come more and more. So, what type of suffering it will be, it's not really according to your karma. You may say, suffering or happiness is based on karma. But suffering and happiness is only based on karma for someone who is a karmi, a karma yogi. It's not for those who are bhakts. For the devotees of the Lord, they're not under the law of karma. They're directly under Krishna's control. Now, you may say, well, then why should there be suffering? Why could Krishna ever let his devotees suffer? Well, watch Tukaram movie, watch Tulsidas movie, Dhruv Maharaj movie, or Harishchandra Maharaj movie, and you will see why. Because suffering does bring out the bhakti. It produces bhakti. In suffering, when I say suffering, maybe I have to qualify that word. It is not the suffering of ordinary material life. In ordinary material, I think you can stop people from coming. Maybe they can come in the other door, Radhakrishna. Well, or keep the door open, perhaps. In suffering, in the ordinary material life of suffering, there's only dukkhalayam shashvatam. This world is suffering, but there's no gain. In fact, the suffering usually leads to protecting yourself against the suffering, and then there's further karma and further suffering. But in this world of bhakti, the suffering is something quite different. It is done on behalf of Krishna. Just like when we see the life of Srila Prabhupada. In Srila Prabhupada's life, is the door open there? Oh, hard for people. In Prabhupada's life, for example, there's great sacrifice. I was reading just now some letters from Srila Prabhupada to me. And I'm happy to tell you that not all the letters from Prabhupada are in the letters book on the folio. Because I just found a very important letter that Prabhupada wrote me, and I read it to my godbrother, Srila Giridhari Swami Maharaj, and he looked it up on the folio on the computer, and he said, it's not here. Then I thought because I never gave my letters to the archives, so they only have some letters of everybody's. And in this letter, it was written in 1972, and at that time I was living in India, and I was the GBC, Governing Body Commissioner for ISKCON for India. And Prabhupada was saying, he was talking about management, and he said, now I am old, and I do not know how much more I can do. He said, but with every bit of my energy, I am simply trying to push forward this movement. And he said that should be everybody's main principal business, to think of how to further the cause of ISKCON. So, when I say the word suffering, I mean the word perhaps sacrifice could be used. Not sacrifice just as yagna, but sacrifice, where you throw grains, but more sacrifice from the heart, which leads to giving your body, your mind, your words, your wealth, your life in the service of the Lord. Just like when you see the movie of Tukaram, or you see Harishchandra, how he's, right? He had a debt to pay. And finally, he had no other way to pay that debt. Then he had to sell his wife, and he had to sell his son, and then he had to sell himself. Have you seen this movie? It's a very heartbreaking movie. Now, I'm not suggesting that you do that, but at least, and neither you will be asked to do that, most likely, because we can't do that. The problem is we are not such great devotees as Harishchandra. We don't have the strength to give in charity as he could give, nor do we have the strength to be as truthful as he is. He's only a very powerful Kshatriya like Harishchandra could do what he did. But according to our ability, each of us, according to our ability, must make sacrifice. You know? And as Prabhupada would often point out when we would visit somebody's home in India, that not that when we visit the home, the Radha and Krishna are in a little closet being served with some sweet sugar, and everybody else lives in the big house eating opulently. In other words, Krishna should be the Lord of our home in every way possible, and the Lord of our life. And as far as possible, we should make that a reality. You know, whether it's at work or at school, right? Whether it's in married life or if you're single and yet unmarried, whatever your position may be, it should be Krishna whom everything is offered to. So, what are you learning in this studies class is to come to the point where you can allow Krishna to take over your life more and more. That is bhakti. That is devotional service. It's not dry knowledge. It's meant to train you for proper character. Right? This is something which is, well, I recall when I was young in the public school, right? First grade, second grade, they had some categories of, is he behaving properly? And I never got very good. I did all right when I was, but up to 6th grade or 5th grade, then I didn't get such a high grade because I was telling too many jokes at the teacher's expense, so she didn't like that. Some of them were quite innocent jokes. I recall there was one short book we read. The book was called By Hook or Crook. And so the teacher asked everybody who was the author. And and he was supposed to look on the book. But I saw by, and I thought the author was Hook or Crook. So I replied, Hook or Crook, and then she said, okay, stand in the corner. But that kind of character is not much. But the point is, character building, character training is actually the purpose of education. That is the purpose of education. Prabhupada repeatedly says in his purports that someone may be qualified academically or professionally, but if their behavior is low class, then who cares for such credentials? And nowadays, the problem is that there is no training of character from the highest position in society. The persons who should be the most exemplary. We see often abominable behavior. And so it becomes a great problem to train ideal character. So if there's a real purpose to this education, it is to give you the knowledge by which you can behave properly, by which you can be dutiful. Because without having proper knowledge, you will not act properly. If you don't have good knowledge, you can't discriminate what is to be done and what is not to be done. You'll see in 16th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, it's called the divine and the demoniac natures. And it says that one of the things about the demoniac is that they do not know what is to be done and what is not to be done. So, ultimately, what is to be done? One should give one's life to Krishna. Now, how to give one's life to Krishna requires every day making proper decisions. This type of practical intelligence you should get as you surrender unto Krishna. Krishna will give you good guidance from within. Krishna will help you to know how to surrender, how to do the right thing, how to be dutiful. So the process of bhakti, of devotional service, then, is the goal. And in the 9th chapter, which is entitled The Most Confidential Knowledge. Up until the 9th chapter of the Gita, there's more confidential knowledge. There's confidential knowledge. But only in the 9th chapter do we find the most confidential knowledge. And there we find all the details of how to surrender to Krishna. Again, the word confidential comes when we study the life and teachings of Lord Chaitanya. It is said that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came for propagating Sankirtan, Yuga Dharma, the religious activity, the religious principles for this yuga. This is Kali Yuga. Nam Sankirtan. But the most confidential reason for his coming is he wanted to especially experience the love of the devotees of Vraja, Vraj Bhakti. In these nice paintings that you see, and you should take a good look at them, they are very beautiful paintings by the famous Rajasthani artist Abhijit Sharma. He made these paintings especially for this temple. You'll see all of the different rasas, the different ways in which we can relate with Krishna. Just like here, you see the cows. What kind of ras do they have with Krishna? Vatsala ras, right? Motherly affection. What about the calves? Maybe Sakya ras, friendship. Then, other things, the different trees, what is their relationship? The Shantaras. But one thing it is said that in Vrindavan, there's no real Shantaras. One of these garlands is alive. I can't figure out which one. One by one, I'll take it off and see if the things keep crawling on me. In Vrindavan, there is no Shantara. Shantaras means more passive. It's like peaceful and more neutral. Because each of the living entities there does some special seva. In Shantaras, there's not so much seva. But in Vrindavan, each and every living entity interacts with Krishna in a mood of a sevak. So there's some mixture in Vrindavan of at least servitude, dasya ras. Even the grass, everything has got something. Birds, all living entities. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he is Krishna. And he was remembering, Krishna was remembering by the end of his Leela, say 5,000 years ago, still, I'm not satisfied. I want to understand and experience more. And so Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is like the continuation of Krishna's Leela. He wants to have Krishna Leela going on. but it goes on inside him. He doesn't do it externally. We don't see gopis, right? We don't see the cows. We don't see the things that we see. And therefore, it is hidden, gupta. And in fact, in Vrindavan, everything is manifest. And in Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's Mayapur Navadvip, everything is hidden. So all of the Leelastan, all of the places that you find in Vrindavan, like Govardhan, Yamuna, all the different, the Rasastali, all of the different places are in Navadvip, where Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is, but it is hidden. Because everything is hidden within his heart. And this kind of hiding, which Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is doing, he is taking the love, you see, and feeling the love for Krishna in separation from Krishna. He feels vipralamba bhav. And this is the confidential reason for Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's coming. He wants to teach us how to learn to love Krishna in separation. And after all, we are separated now from Krishna. Unfortunately, we don't feel the intense pang of separation. Sometimes, if we love someone in this world and we are separated from them, we feel some idea of separation. But that is only a little bit of how much we will feel separation if we develop Krishna consciousness. Then we will have intense feelings of separation from Krishna. So much so, if you have seen these movies of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, if you've not seen them, you should see them. And you will see how the last 12 years of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's appearance, his leelas, are in Jagannath Puri. Very, very deep and intense feeling of separation. He would go, because Jagannath Puri is in Orissa, on the eastern side of India, where the ocean is. And he would see the ocean and he'd think it is Jamuna. He would see the sand near the ocean, the sand hill, and think Govardhan. And sometimes he would fall in ecstasy. I think you know in the Houston temple, right, we have this picture. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is in the net of the fisherman. The fisherman has caught him because the fisherman was looking for a fish and he caught Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, a big fish. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had become unconscious. Now, I say that, when you hear this, you may say, I don't want this kind of life. Who wants to fall unconscious in the ocean? But you have to realize what, again, when I said suffering, that word has the wrong meaning. That is a material idea of suffering. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was experiencing the highest bliss, Premananda. Premananda Sukhi. The kind of happiness is Premananda. It is the highest happiness, which appears to be externally a type of suffering, but internally is the greatest joy. This is the kind of pleasure he is feeling. So, slowly, we cannot think to jump to such a level. In fact, no one can quite experience what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu experiences. In Chaitanya Chaitamrita it is said, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Srimati Radharani, and Madhavendra Puri, 3 persons only could have such a degree of love for Krishna. But then we can, go down some levels. Love begins with Shraddha, faith, simple faith. And everyone here has got that much love. There's some shraddha. Otherwise, why would you come and take the trouble to get up early, come here, all the way to Dallas, if there's no shraddha? And sadhu sangha, we have also got that much also. The love is increased to the point that we want good association, sadhu sangha, and bhajana kriya, the purification through bhajan. We're doing that. We're chanting japa. I think everybody here must be chanting a little japa or more. Then comes more difficult stage, anartha nivritti. From bhajana kriya, from doing bhajan. And that bhajan doesn't mean only jump or only, kirtan with a harmonium. It means the nava bhakti. Shravanam, kirtanam, smaranam, padasevanam, archanam, dasyam, sakyam, atmanivedanam. Did I leave out anything? Archanam, vandanam. Offering prayers. Any one of these is considered to be devotion and brings us gradually anartha nivritti. When there's no more anarths, when there's no more impure things in the heart, anartha nivritti. Anartha nivritti. That stage we must come to, anartha nivritti. We have to get rid of things which are unwanted, impure things in the heart. And that means that, how will you do that? How will you get free from impure things? I think we all know what is impure. We know about kam, we know krodh, we know about these things, lust, anger, greed, envy, right? Deceit, so many things. When you find these things, you have to try to get free from them. Then anartha nivritti comes nishtha, very, very strong faith. Strong faith. Very powerful faith. That's shraddha has become thick. It has come to the point of nishtha. When it comes to the point of nishtha, then it can go up. The prema can go to ruchi, which is taste. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati says, we have already got these things. Ruchi, ashakti, bhav, but we have them for material items. We don't have them for Krishna. We have got taste. We have got attachment or attraction. We have all these emotions, but they're for material things, not for Krishna. We have them for our family members, for our house. Some people even have them for their pet animals. Some people have them for their nations. Right? I mean, there are some great, famous nationalists who had huge amount of ashakti. But for Krishna, that is something else. And what is the special quality of having it for Krishna? Then no more birth, no more death. Then you get the highest bliss, and you get free from the cycle of birth and death. Otherwise, all these other things will bring you here again in this world. So this is what education is meant for. It is meant to, when Prabhupada first came, actually, I should have immediately told you, this Dallas was the first school of ISKCON. So it's quite appropriate you're coming here. And I think that you should all go to see Prabhupada's room. It's not the way it was. We have redone it, just like this temple room is quite different than when Prabhupada was here. But Prabhupada used to come here and he would ask the teachers, what is the purpose of education? And he wanted to hear the answer, to stop repeated birth and death. The purpose of education is that you should not have to take birth again in the material world. So, and still higher, we can say, even beyond that, the purpose of Krishna conscious education is to give love for Krishna, highest transcendental happiness. So, I hope that your tapasya, your austerity of coming early in the morning, coming here today, will be fruitful. I hope that you will get the reward of your austerity in the form of increased Krishna consciousness. I'm very grateful and pray that you get this. We pray to the deities. We're not praying for material boon, but we pray that Radha Kalachandji, Radha Govinda, Jagannath Swami, Baladev and Subhadra, and Sri Sri Gaura should bless all of you, that you have come here for their darshan. Bless you with Krishna consciousness. May you become more and more engaged in the service of Krishna. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to see all of you. I must return to visit now. But you have all come here. I will surely come there. Only a little time is separating. But that's the proper way. Friends should return friendship in a like manner. So as you have come here, now I must come there, and that way we can keep being in each other's company. It's very nice, isn't it, to have Radha Kalachandji and Radha Neelamadava in Texas. Hard to imagine the state of Texas is big enough for either one of them. Sometimes people call Kalachandji Big Tex. There was a statue in the Texas State Fair, a Big Tex, 30 foot high. But in the Neelamadava is a still bigger Tex. But somehow Kalachandji looks quite fit to take on Kanksha and Chanura and Mustika in the wrestling arena. Warmer than the fountains go on. They have 2 fountains on the altar. That's quite nice in the hot season, because it gets quite hot in Dallas. Then the deities have fountains to keep them cool. I think you also got some good weather today, so you can stroll up and down the street, see all the homes of the devotees. We always wish that in Houston, gradually, I guess it will be on 34.5 Street, all the homes will be of the devotees. Here also, you can see the Tulsi Mandir. I don't know if the grass is a little wet still. It rained quite a bit. It may be difficult to go there, but from a distance you can Any questions? 10 minutes still before the arati. What are my plans? Chanaka Pandit says never discuss one's plans, or they will not happen. Well, to be quite honest, I can tell you that, in the Bhagavad Gita it says the mind is very difficult to fix. So, mountains and over them. So I often think, why don't I just go to Houston and just go from home to home, give class, take a little prasad and be happy. Why push yourself so hard? So that's my answer. But when I ask other people, they always say to me, that's what you should do. You should try for something difficult, or you won't be satisfied. And Prabhupada may not be satisfied, because I already gave a lecture today that one should suffer for Krishna. And being in Houston is not suffering. It is too much anant, too much premanant. It is so easy for me to be in Houston for the rest of my life, I think. There's enough homes there that I can sleep in a different house every night and never repeat and live a long old age. But maybe that's for all of you to do the preaching there. That is your credit. Just as, Prabhupada left so much work for us to do, and he said Bhakti Siddhanta Bhakti Vinod Thakur's left so much for him to do. So we have to give you something to do. If we come and do all the lecturing, then what will you all do? So maybe we have to leave Houston for all of you. You have to make Houston Krishna conscious. And we come and go, visiting you. So surely I will come regularly and visit you and be with you there. And in heart, I will surely be there. But I don't know. I'm telling you, you asked me what is my plan. That is the only way I can answer, is to try to take up that work that I started. It's certainly not my plan. I think the real point is it's not my plan. It appears to be Krishna's plan. From indications and from the statements of my well-wishers and friends and godbrothers, they always tell me it's Krishna's desire. I don't have any plans of my own. If I made my own plans, I probably would go to Houston. Just go back and forth, Dallas, Houston, and occasionally to Hong Kong and points around Hong Kong, and once a year go around the world. That would be my plan. That's a nice idea. Easy, peaceful, blissful, no anxiety. But I think I have to do that plus the other thing. That makes it too easy. And if I get other indication, then I will just go back to that plan. But then, I opened this book today. I have 3 books of letters from Prabhupada. And I read that, and it again confirmed. And I speak all the time. Not a day goes by that I don't think, is this really what Krishna wants? It's so difficult. Let me have an easy life now. I've been in ISKCON working so hard for 30 years. Now, let me coast a little bit. Just go a little easy. But my friends don't let me to do that. They say, no, that's not you. You wouldn't be happy doing that. Now, for my birthday celebration, where will it be held? I have to come back to Texas. So is it going to be in Houston or Dallas? What is the plan? Is there any plan? Huh? You did. I have not changed anything. Well, I told you I have to return your visit. So I should do that. Get the mercy of Radha Madhav and the other deities. Now you'll get, by the grace of our Pujari Mother Lakshmi, an unadulterated view of the deities. She'll open up the big iron gates. Thank you, Mother Lakshmi. There we go. So, we're ready to begin the arati. And maybe Shamsuna, you want to lead the kirtan? Dwarkanath, okay. At the request of Shamsuna, Dwarkanath Prabhu will lead the kirtan. Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 2, Chapter 10. Bhagavatam is the answer to all questions. Text number 20. Nasike niravidyetam dodu yate nabhavasvati tatra vayur gandavaho grano nasi jigrikshataha nasike in the nostrils, niravidyetam being developed, dodhuyati rapidly blowing, nabhasvati air respiration, tatra thereupon, vayuhu air, gandhavaha smelling odor, Grahanaha, sense of smell. Nasi, in the nose. Jigrikshataha, desiring to smell odors. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. Thereafter, when the Supreme Purusha desired to smell odors, the nostrils and respiration were generated. The nasal instrument and odors came into existence, and the controlling deity of air, carrying smell, also became manifested. Purport by Prabhupada. The nasal instrument, odor, and the controlling deity, air, smelling, etc., all became manifested simultaneously when the Lord desired to smell. The Vedic mantras confirm this statement in the Upanishads statement that everything is first desired by the Supreme before the subordinate living entity can act upon it. The living entity can see only when the Lord sees. The living entity can smell when the Lord smells, and so on. The idea is that the living entity cannot do anything independently. He can simply think of doing something independently, but he cannot act independently. This independence in thinking is there by the grace of the Lord, but the thinking can be given shape by the grace of the Lord, and therefore the common saying is that man proposes and God disposes. The whole explanation is on the subject of the absolute dependence of the living entities and absolute independence of the Supreme Lord. Less intelligent persons claiming to be on an equal level with God must first prove themselves to be absolute and independent, and then they must substantiate their claim to being one with God. This text and the other texts here not only explain about how the manifestation takes place, although there is certainly a sequence of manifestations, beginning with the Supreme Lord, the Supreme Purusha. Purusha means person. And that is at the heart of this purport. A person has desires. That which has no personality cannot have desires. So immediately we are told that the Supreme is a person. I told this again and again. It may be a type of accepted knowledge now by us after so many years, but it is not an accepted fact in general by most people. When you ask most people their idea about God, most of them will reply with some impersonal conception. Srila Prabhupada's books are addressed especially to the devotees, but also to the population in general. And in fact, we are not so far away from being that population in general. There was a time not so long ago that we may also have had an impersonal understanding about the Lord, which means that there's always that possibility, although it is very hard to go from impersonalism, from personalism to impersonalism. Prabhupada makes that point that amongst the great learned sages, there are a number of instances where an impersonalist became a personalist. Can anyone mention any of them? Yes, the four Kumars are very well-known impersonalists. And when they, well, here it is, right? The desire to smell. When they smelled, just by their smelling tendency, they smelled the tulsi buds mixed with sandal paste that was smearing the lotus feet of Lord Narayan. And that fragrance was so powerful because they were on a very elevated level. Right? Their nose was not like our nose, which we have to constantly blow with blow with tissues and clear it. Their nose was not like that. It is, in fact, we can say that practically they had the ability to smell with every pore of their body. So that when they breathed in the fragrance of the tulsi and sandalwood, it was, overwhelming. They practically fainted. And they experienced God. When we breathe in tulsi and sandalwood, what do we experience? Tulsi and sandalwood. When Lord Chaitanya, when we eat prasadam, what do we experience? Right? The decrease of hunger. Isn't it? Or maybe some satisfying pleasure on the tongue. But when Lord Chaitanya tasted Krishna Prasad, what did he experience? He directly experienced Krishna. As we somehow get some sense of Krishna through each of our senses, but we are limited in our ability to experience Krishna. But pure devotees or great personalities, they have a total experience, which is just overwhelming, and they faint. That's the description Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur gives. He says that the devotee faints and is revived again and again and faints again and again, experiencing this experience of God consciousness, Krishna consciousness. So, everything requires personality. All of this discussion involves personality. But there's something more here. There's a connection being made between the breathing of the Lord and practically everything. If you look at this chapter, you will see that this chapter connects the entire creation. It connects the entire existence. It connects everything within our experience. Because everything within our experience is experienced by the five senses. At least everything within the external experience comes about through the use of the five senses. Right? The eyes, the nose, the ears, the tongue, and the sense of touch. And everything that goes on internally is experienced through the use of the mind, the intellect, and the ego. Now, beyond that, what else is there? In terms of our own understanding, what can there be beyond what we understand externally through our senses and internally through our subtle body or subtle senses? And this chapter informs us that each and every experience, that means the ability to experience, the organs of experience, and the objects of experience, whether they be gross or subtle, they're all derived from Krishna, from God, by his experience. So everything is connected in this chapter to the Supreme Lord. Why? Because there's an intention on the part of Vyasa and Sukadev Goswami. There's a rhyme to the reason, right? The reasoning that they have has a particular purpose behind it. And that purpose is brought out by Prabhupada in the purport. What is that purpose? Our dependency upon the Lord. All of this is meant to convince us that we are fully dependent beings. What is the nature of our modern society today? That man declares his independence from God. Right? Just like the Declaration of Independence is All right, that was a mundane document in one sense to declare that we are, independent of some foreign power. But everybody today is more or less making a declaration of independence from God. And what is this? What is the cause of this? Here we are informed ignorance. And that's not the initial cause, but at least that is the ongoing cause. If we want to get to the original cause, we could say envy. We're envious of God. But the secondary cause is as a result of that envy, or even if you want to go, I think we could argue either way, envy or ignorance. We were envious because of ignorance, so we became ignorant and as a result of envy of God. But in any case, we are now ignorant of all of these connections. That's the point. The Bhagavatam is trying to give us enlightenment, to enlighten us, to give us knowledge of how everything in existence is connected, interconnected. Now, today, physicists, scientists also understand this interconnectedness. It used to be that, the world was seen in a hierarchical sense, and even today it still is seen that way practically. But when you get down to scientific, in ways that scientists, mundane scientists, see things in terms of particles or waves, then that hierarchy, there is a hierarchy, but it works in a different way. It doesn't have to do necessarily only with species, but there, in any case, there's an interconnectedness with everything. The difference is that there's no personalism in that explanation. And as soon as you take out what goes along with personality, volition, or will, when you talk about a person, what makes someone, what is the difference between a person and an inanimate object? An inanimate object has no volition, has no willpower. This desk does not have any willpower. But we, as human beings, do. And if we envision the whole existence, as something impersonal, then where is the will? Is there any will in there? Is there? And if there's no will, is there any ultimate meaning? Whereas if we can see everything in connection with an original person who we understand as God, then that God is a person, he has a will, he has purpose. And his creation has purpose. And that gives us purpose, providing that we understand his purpose. What is the whole purpose of religion? What is the whole meaning of religion? What's the essence of religion? To understand the desire of God. That's the purpose of religion. Understand the desire of God. Now, Purush means also enjoyer, and this tells us something about the desire of God. In fact, it's easy to become convinced of this religion because at the heart of this religion is enjoyment. Krishna is the supreme enjoyer. Now that's something that everybody can relate to because everyone wants to enjoy. Our only problem is we're not succeeding. That's the cause of misery. That's the cause of competition. That's the cause of the material world. Our failure to succeed as enjoyers. But we're shown a perfect example, a perfect enjoyer. An enjoyer who has so much enjoyment, so much happiness, that he says, I have ample amount of happiness which I can share unlimitedly with every other living being. You just have to, again, understand things in their proper connection or relationship. If you try to enjoy separately from me, it's not going to work. It's not going to work because it's a sign of ignorance. You are not recognizing the organic, natural connections that exist, as it's mentioned here. When the Supreme Person desired to smell odors,
the nostrils and respiration were generated, and the nasal instrument and odors came into existence, and the controlling deity of air carrying smell also became manifest. We don't see all of these things. We just think, this is my nose. Maybe a lady will think I'll put a nose pin in my nose. Or, it depends, people do so many things with their noses. But nobody thinks about all these connections. How the nose functions. Science gives us explanations of how the nose functions, but it doesn't include some of these. It doesn't include the supreme Purusha, right? It doesn't include the controlling deity of air, Vayu. So Vayu is left out, Vishnu is left out, and then we're left with just inanimate explanations, mundane explanations. The whole point of this is to bring in the sacred, to bring in the spiritual. That's what's happening here. To bring into this explanation that which is spiritual. Because we're living in a highly materialistic society in which the sacred has been lost. It's lost. You go to work. What has it got to do with your religion? What has it got to do with your spiritual life? You have family. And when I say you, I say people, okay, in general. Have families. What does that have to do with spiritual life? And if you analyze practically the whole society we're living in, there's a complete loss of what is sacred. So these books are blueprints. They're directives to tell us how to reinstate the sacred into our present life. And the whole process of Krishna consciousness is also meant to do that. From the moment you get up, you take a bath. Why? And the way you take a bath, everything is based on the sacred. Right? There's an order, for example, to how we bathe. We pass urine or stool, then we bathe. I'm sure many people don't even know that there's any reason to put it in that order. They may take a bath and then pass urine or stool. Right? I mean, it's hard to know what the order is for most people because they have no meaning behind it. But we know that the purpose of our taking a bath is what? But why? Why do we want to be purified? Because we want to come in front of the deity. We want to see Krishna and we want Krishna to see us, and we don't want to present ourselves in a contaminated condition. So there's a whole order. And we don't just bathe our bodies externally. In the process of taking bath, we also wash our mouths because we understand that the process of passing stool and urine contaminates not only the external body, but you're breathing in. So we try to wash all the different holes of the body so that the whole body is cleansed as far as we can do it physically, right? And then what do we start to do? We start to chant mantras which purify the subtle body. And all of this is to bring us into connection with the Supreme Lord, who is said to be pavitram, pure. We understand that in order to associate with God, you have to be godly. And cleanliness is next to godliness, so we start with that. Then what do? We mark our bodies with tilak. Why? Sometimes people suggest, why don't you give up wearing tilak? Then you could, blend in more. But is that really our intention? You see, these tilaks, they have a purpose, marking the body. It's like a tattoo, right? It's a tattoo put on with clay. And this is a very old system, not just in higher religious cultures. Even in very primitive cultures, they used to mark their bodies to designate, which tribe or which clan they belonged to. And you see the same, don't you? Amongst the different sects, you see the different types of tilaks. And again, what is the tilak made of? The tilak is not just some ordinary earth. But the clay itself has some sacred connection. It's from the Ganges River, or it's from a place in Dwarka where the gopis, came at one point, or the clay that was brought there from Vrindavan. It was mixed with the dust from the feet of the gopis, so it's called Gopi Chandan. Again, we're connected, The Ganges touched the lotus feet, the toes of Krishna. The gopis, the most dear devotees of Krishna, touch the clay, so that goes on our bodies. It identifies us as members of a group. Why is that so important? Because without a group, where is religion? What is the name of this society? The International Society for Krishna Consciousness. Not the international, individual, right? The individual for Krishna consciousness. This is an international society. We don't call this the individual for Krishna. Prabhupada could have called it that. Why didn't Prabhupada, when he founded this movement, say, this movement is called the individual for Krishna consciousness? That makes sense. And the English is fine, but what's wrong with that? Because without the benefit, without social, interaction, religion doesn't take place. This is not a phenomenon that comes out of individual effort. You analyze every single part of the process of Krishna consciousness has somehow been entwined with society, but a special kind of society, a society of devotees, not a society of ordinary persons who have no connection with something sacred. So tilak designates us. It reminds us again and again. When you wear tilak, you can't forget. You're stamped. And that's why people erase it, so that you can, at least other people won't see you that way. And it's unfortunate that the world has come to the point now where it's practically forced devotees to do that. That's unfortunate. One of the reasons we like to go to India, why do we go to India? Because then you can wear your tilak without feeling ashamed. Right? You can be in Mayapur, Vrindavan, where someone who's not wearing tilak is out of place. One of the reasons that Prabhupada wanted us to go there is to give us the strength that comes with numbers. If we get some strength just with 50 or 60 people here, what to speak of the strength we gain, when you're in a whole town or a city with tens of thousands of tilak wearers. Now, the dhoti and the sari does the same thing. It's a type of dress. For us, it really is symbolic. More so than, say, it was traditionally, because traditionally it was just dress. But for us, it's a statement. When you put on a dhoti, usually you're going to put on a dhoti. Why? To come in the temple room. Because you're coming in front of Krishna. Right? You go to a South Indian temple, you can't wear, for the men, right, you can't wear stitched clothing on the top part of the body, isn't it? You have to take off your shirt. They got rules like that. And you have to take off your shoes because they're not clean. And, this goes into so many, you'll see if you analyze how religion works, how every part of the ritual which we follow is meant to establish our connectedness with Krishna, to make us more and more dependent, so that we get to the point where we think, I cannot live without Krishna. What is Lord Chaitanya's mood? I cannot live without Krishna. This is the mood of Srimati Radharani. If for a moment I stop seeing Krishna, I will die. But we, because of being practiced at being independent, we don't die. In fact, if we feel that if I had to be in the temple room all day, I would die. That's like that. Which is a condition. That's our diseased condition. We haven't come to that stage. But we're trying to, and all of these things are meant to bring us to that stage. Prasad. You see, you should get to the point where you can't allow food to go into your mouth which is not Krishna Prasad. Now, under extreme circumstances, one may have to break that principle to the point where Prabhupada even mentions that one great Vaishnava Acharya even ate meat, which is not, a license for meat eating, obviously. It was a very extreme circumstance. But one should not want to take anything inside because you will be separated from Krishna. The statement is that when you eat food which has not been offered to Krishna it's not prasadam, then the mind becomes polluted and you can't remember Krishna. Now you can say, well, how does it all work? Well, the reality is that's what happens. However it may work. Forget about trying to get some chemical explanation or even a theological explanation. We could give it. That's what the Catholics do. They get the theological explanation for the sacrament. It's transubstantiated. It changes its nature. All right, we also say so. But the reality, the final proof of it is when the more you start eating food which is not first offered in sacrifice, right? Yajna Shishta, it has an effect on your consciousness. So you should come to the point where you just can't, it's just like, you can see Raghunath Das Goswami, right? When he got offered that buttermilk, where's this buttermilk from? He had gotten to the point, because that goes to another level of Krishna consciousness. What we're talking now is very fundamental, basic dependency upon God. But it comes to, further stages of higher understanding. If we only talk about those other stages, there's a problem, because so much of our activity is not yet on that level. So first of all, that's why you see Prabhupada speaks practically in his purports on most fundamental basic principles. Like Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, 6 principles, right? Like total dependency. Saranagati are very basic principles, aren't they? They're not yet talking about what Raghunath Das Goswami says when he's handed some buttermilk and he's told that it comes from the village of Radharani's competitor. That's not in the 6 stages of surrender immediately, is it? Not, at least not obviously there, right? But that's the level at which he's come to. He's not prepared to just eat any prasad. His next question is, I want to know whose prasad is it? And he's so focused on what his worshipful object is, then unless it's Radharani's prasad, he's not going to touch it. If it comes from the wrong place, from the wrong hands of the wrong persons who happen to be servitors of Radharani's rival, he says, I don't want it. He throws it down and becomes furious and throws a fit. What did you do giving me this? Now that's a very advanced stage. That is a very advanced stage. We have to come to the most basic principle stage, which we are still struggling with, of how to bring Krishna into each and every action of our life. And actually, this is the purpose of Krishna consciousness. What is the purpose of having children? What is it? Is it just the result of a sexual act? Hardly. I don't think so. For devotees, no devotee thinks that, that's the reason I just had to have sex. And no, that's nonsense, because it only takes one sexual act to produce a child. It may only take one act, so it couldn't be that that's the only reason. There's a very clear will. No, I want to do service to Krishna, you see, by having a child and raising a child in Krishna consciousness. That's a very big service. That is a huge service. That's a service, I can't imagine it. I can only go through this undergraduate course of study because I know there's an end in sight. But raising a child, there's practically no end in sight, isn't it? 20, 25 years, it's like just having disciples. No end in sight. Well, why do we do those things? To help us to become Krishna conscious. And the whole point of trying to teach a child, what are we trying to teach a child? Everything has relationship with Krishna. That's Krishna consciousness. Wherever you look, you see its relationship with Krishna. You see Krishna everywhere. And originally, society was like that. That was sacred. The whole society, the life, the world that people lived in was full of the sacred. And gradually that has now changed until the present day and age when, what do we have left? We have to go to a building where the sacred is housed. The church, the temple, the synagogue, the mosque. But that's not the way it was originally. There was no need particularly of temple. Why does temple worship? You can see it comes in Dwapara Yuga, right? In Satya Yuga, everyone was Krishna conscious everywhere. Everything was Krishna conscious. But gradually, by the Dwapara Yuga, it became localized in the temple. And in the Kali Yuga, even that gets obliterated. In one sense, although we put a lot of energy into making temples, the fact is that, what is the temple now is, or what is the holy name, it becomes the most prominent of all the deities. Because people just have to come to that simple point, the holy name. Not everybody can worship the deity. They knew, the great personalities knew what would happen in this day and age, how contaminating the world would be. It's hard, we try our best to stay pure, to get up onto the altar, but it's very difficult. You got to wear contaminated shoes, and really speaking, your whole body becomes contaminated. It's very hard to remain suci, to really be suci. Therefore, the recommended process for worshiping God in this age is chanting Hare Krishna, chanting the holy names of God. It doesn't depend on any externals, as long as you can chant. So this is what's behind this chapter, right? It's a very important chapter. Everything is trying to show us that the world is created as a sacred place. That there's nothing that's not sacred. Everything is sacred. So that you will feel surrounded by Krishna. If you really see properly, you'll see Krishna in everything, everywhere in everything, and in every act. That's Krishna consciousness. Anybody have any questions or comments? Good. I'm going to stop then, since there are none. You have a question? Well, then just send him a copy of my tape. Send him the copy of the tape. Then he won't be bewildered. Jai. Shri Sri Radha Kalajanji ki, Jai Srila Prabhupada ki, Jai Gaur Bhakta Vrinda ki, Jai Gaur Premanandi.
प्रभो नित्यानंद पदकमलं श्रीगुरुं वैष्णवांश्च श्रीयुतं शास्त्रजातं सहगना रघुनाथान्वितं त्वं सजीवम् स्वाद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्णचैतन्यदेवं श्रीराधा कृष्णपादां सहगना ललिता नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति सिद्धान्ता सरस्वती श्रीवासभानवी देवी गहिताय कृपाभनि कृष्णसम्बन्धा विज्ञानं दायिने प्रभवे नमः माधुर्योज्ज्वला प्रमाद्य श्रीरूपानुग भक्तिदा नमस्ते गौरवाणी श्रीमूर्तये दीनतारिणे रूपानुगदापय सिद्धान्तधन्तहारिणे नमो गौरकृष्णाय साक्षात् वैराग्यमूर्तये विठ्ठलं नरश्यामोधे पादाम्भोजाय ते नमः भक्ति विनदाय Kaitang Suratau Pangang Mama Mandar Mater Gati Masar Varsha Padam Bhojo Radha Madana Mohan Vindyaran Kalpadrumadha Srimadratna Gada Singhasanastho Sisi Radha Sri Govinda Deva Rasarasarambi Vamsi Vatatata Sitaham Karsan Denu Sanay Gopi Gopi Mata Siyesuram Sapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Bhavan Sute Devi Pranamami Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. पूतना घातन कई तब सातन जय दशरथी राम पूतना घातन कई तब सातन जय दशरथी राम यशोदूलल गोविंद गो यशोदूलल गोविंद गोपाल वृंदावन पुरंदर यशोदूलल गोविंद गोपाल वृंदावन पुरंदर यशोदूलल गोविंद गोपाल यशोदूलल गोविंद गोपाल वृंदावन पुरंदर गोपी प्रियजन राधिका रमन भुवन सुंदर बार गोपी प्रियजन राधिका रमन भुवन सुंदर बार रावणंत कर रावणंत कर मखन तस्कन गोपीजन वस्त्रहारी रावणंत कर गोपीजन हर आरी ब्रजेर रखल गोपो वृंदावन चित्तहार बंशीधारी ब्रजन रखल गोपो वृंदावन चित्तहार बंशीधारी बाबरी अलक प्रवेश विवाह Nandana Braja Jana Bhaya Hari Yogendra Vandana Sri Nanda Nandana Braja Jana Bhaya Hari Yogendra Vandana Sri Nanda Nandana Braja Jana Bhaya Hari Navina Nirada Rupa Manahara Navina Nirada Rupa Manahara Mahana Bansi Hari Navina Nirada Rupa Manahara Navina Nirada Rupa Manahara Mahana Bansi Hari Vibha Bari Sasa Alok Prabesa Nidachari Utha Jiva Vibha Bari Sasa Alok Prabesa Bala Hari Hari Mukunda Murali Rama Krishna Ayagriva Bala Hari Hari Mukunda Murali Rama Krishna Ayagriva Vibha Bari Dasodanandana Amsani Sudana Vikunjara Sobilasi Dasodanandana Amsani Sudana Vikunjara Sobilasi Kadammakanana Rasaparayana Kadammakanana Rasaparayana Vrindabhitina Nivasi Kadammakanana Rasaparayana Kadammakanana Rasaparayana Vana Buddhi Vivasi Vibha Chari Jiva Vibha Pravesal Vichachari Vithanjiva Bala Hari Hari Mukunda Murari Bala Hari Hari Mukunda Murari Ramakrishna Hayagriva Vibha Ananda Bardhanam Premamiketanam Ulachara Jojanakam Ananda Bardhanam सरजोदक काम गोपांगनागन सीता विनोदन समस्त गुणगण धाम गोपांगनागन सीता विनोदन समस्त गुणगण धाम विभावरी निद्राचारी जीवन भला हरि हरि मुकुंद मुरारी भला हरि हरि मुकुंद मुरारी राम कृष्ण हय ग्रीव विभावरी यमुना जीवन तेरी परायण यमुना जीवन तेरी परायण मानस चंद्र चकोर यमुना जीवन यमुना जीवन तेरी परायण यमुना जीवन तेरी परायण यमुना जीवन तेरी परायण मानस चंद्र चकोर यमुना जीवन तेरी परायण यमुना जीवन तेरी परायण मानस चक्र चंद्र चकोर नाम सुधाकर गाओ कृष्ण जस राख वचन मन मोर नाम सुधाकर गाओ कृष्ण जस राख वचन मन मोर विभावरी हरि विभावरी सजीवन पाई राधा जन्म गोलोकेर प्रेम धन हरि नाम संकीर्तन गोलोकेर प्रेम धन हरि नाम संकीर्तन रति न जन निज ज्ञान तायन गोलोकेर प्रेम धन हरि नाम संकीर्तन रति न जन्मिल अनतैन विषय विषानले दीवानी सिंह गले तोरी बरे न कहीं पाए ईशय विषानले दीवानी सिंह जले तोरी मरे न कहीं पाए আমি তোরে বার উপায় নাই বিষয় বিষানলে দিবানি সিহিয়া জলে তোরি বলে না কইনে উপায় हरि हरि विफले जन्म हरि हरि विफले जन्म सजानाम पैया राधा कृष्ण भोजिया मन सजानम पैया राधा कृष्ण भोजिया जानिया सुनिया विषो खाइना जानिया सुनिया विषो खाइना আমি জেনে শুনে বিসেছি হরি হরি বিফলে জন্ম হইনে ব্রজনন্দনা জয় গতি সুত হইল সেই ব্রজনন্দনা জয় গতি সুত হইল সেই বলরাম হইল নিতাই বলরাম হইল सखी जगैया धाई पापी तापी जात छिल हरि नामे उद्धारी तार सखी जगैया धाई तार सखी जगैया हरि हरि विफले जन्म गोवाइने हरि हरि विफले जन्म गोवाइने मनुष्य जानम पाइया राधा कृष्ण भजिया मनुष्य जानम पाइया राधा कृष्ण भजिया जानिया सुनिया बेस खाइना আমি জানিয়া শুনিয়া বেশ খাই না আমি জেনে শুনে বিষ খেয়েছি আমি জেনে শুনে বিষ খেয়েছি হরি हरि विफले जन्म गोवाइने महाप्रभु नंद सुतन विखमान सुत जुत महाप्रभु नंद सुतन विखमान सुत जुत करुणा कर रहे प्रभु सुत विखमान सुत जुत करुणा कर नरोत्तम दास कहे न ठेलिया रंग पायल भूमि बिना के नरोत्तम दास कहे न ठेलिया रंग पायल भूमि बिना के हरि हरि विफले जन्म गोवाइने हरि हरि विफले जन्म गोवाइने मनुष्य जनम पाइया राधा कृष्ण भजिया मनुष्य जनम पाइया राधा कृष्ण भजिया Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Juta Padakamalam Sri Gurum Vaishnavansha Sri Rupam Sakrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tvam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padam Sagana Lalita Sri Vishakanitan Sham Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur-Bhakta-Vrinda Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur-Bhakta-Vrinda Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur-Bhakta-Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. আমি জেনে শুনে বিছেয়েছি মনুষ্য জীবন পাইয়া রাধা কৃষ্ণ না ভজিয়া জেনে শুনে বিছেয়েছি মনুষ্য জীবন পাইয়া রাধা কৃষ্ণ Jai Rati Sutra Haila Sei Rajananandana Jai Rati Sutra Haila Sei Balaram Haila Nitai Balaram Haila Nitai Papi tapi jata chila Hari name uddarila Tar sakhi jagayan madhai Papi tapi jata chila Hari name uddarila Tar sakhi jagayan madhai Tar sakhi jagayan madhai Hari Hari Bifale Janma Govaina Hari Hari Bifale Janma Govaina Manusa Janama Paya Radha Krishna Bhajaya Manusa Janama Paya Radha Krishna Bhajaya Janiya Suniya Besakhaina Ami janiya suniya besakhaina Ami jene sune bikheche Ami jene sune bikheche Hari Hari Bifale Janma Govaina Aha Prabhu Nanda Sutam Vikhaman Suta Juta Aha Prabhu Nanda Suta Vikhaman Suta Juta Karuna ka rahaye ba Aha Prabhu Nanda Suta Vikhaman Suta Juta Karuna ka rahaye ba Narattam Das kahe na theliya ranga payen tumi bina ke yache yamay Narattam Das kahe na theliya ranga paye tumi हरि हरि विफले जन्म गवाइने हरि हरि विफले जन्म गवाइने मनुष्य जन्म पाइया राधा कृष्ण भोजिया मनुष्य जन्म पाइया राधा कृष्ण भोजिया আমি জানিয়া শুনিয়া বিষ খাইন জানিয়া শুনিয়া বিষ খাইন নিজে শুনে বিতে গেছি আমি জেনে শুনে বিতে গেছি হরি হরি বিফলে জন্ম গয়াইনে हरि हरि हे जन्म गवाइने मनुष्य जन्म पाइया राधा कृष्ण भोजिया मनुष्य जन्म पाइया राधा कृष्ण भोजिया जानिया शुनिया गवाइने जानिया शुनिया विष खाइने हरि हरि विफले जन्म गवाइने जीवन सदा पपरत नहीं को हरे रुद्र दियाछि जे कत दियाछि निज सुख लागी पापे नहीं जरी दया ही स्वार्थपर निज सुख लागी पापे नहीं डरी दया हीन स्वार्थपर पर सुखे दुखी पर सुखे दुखी सदा मिथ्या भाषी पर दुख सुख पर सुखे दुखी पर सुखे दुखी सदा मिथ्या भाषी पर दुख सुख पर সুখে দুঃখী সদা মিথ্যা হাসি পর দুঃখ সুখ আমার জীবন সদা পাপেরত নাহি গো মেরলে আমার জীবন সদা পাপেরত নাহি গো মেরলে পরের উদ মে দিয়াছি যে কত দিয়াছি মেরলে জীবন সদা পাপরত নাহি মেরলে হসে সকামনা হসে সকামনা দিদি মাঝে মন ক্রোধী দম্ভ পরায়ণ হসে সকামনা দিদি মাঝে মন ক্রোধী দম্ভ পরায়ণ মদমত্ত সদা বিষয় মোহিত হিংসা গর্ব বিভূষণ কামনা কামনা হৃদি মাঝে মদমত্ত সদা বিষয় মোহিত হিংসা সর্ববিভূষণ অশেষ কামনা হৃদি মাঝে ক্রোধী দম্ভ পরায়ণ অশেষ কামনা হৃদি মাঝে ক্রোধী দম্ভ পরায়ণ মদমত্ত সদা বিষয়ে মোহিত হিংসা সর্ববিভূষণ হাত সুকার্যে বিরত অকার্যে উদ্যত আমি প্রতিষ্ঠা লাগিয়া ষাঠ আচরণ লবাহত নিদ্রালস্য হাত সুকার্যে বিরত অকার্যে উদ্যোগী আমি প্রতিষ্ঠা লাগিয়া ষাঠ আচরণ লবাহত আমার জীবন সদা পাপেরত নাহি মেরলে জীবন সদা পাপেরত নাহি কপু
লাগিয়া কাঠয়াচরণ এহান দুর্জন সজ্জন বর্জিত অপরাধী নিরন্তর এহান দুর্জন সজ্জন বর্জিত এহান দুর্জন সজ্জন বর্জিত অপরাধী নিরন্তর কার্য শূন্য সদা নর্থ মনা শুভ কার্য শূন্য সদা নর্থ মনা নানা দুঃখে জয় জয় কার্য শূন্য সদা নর্থ মনা নানা দুঃখে জয় জয় বার্ধক্যে এখন উপায় বিহীন বার্ধক্যে এখন উপায় বিহীন তাতে দিন অকিঞ্চন ভকতি বিনা প্রভুর চরণে করে দুঃখ নিবেদন বার্ধক্যে এখন উপায় বিহীন তাতে বিনয় কিঞ্চন ভকতি বিনা প্রভুর চরণে করে দুঃখ নিবেদন আমার জীবন সদা পাপেরত নাহি আমার জীবন সদা পাপেরত নাহি পুণ্য গলে পরের উদ্বে দিয়াছি যে কত দিয়াছি জীবের আমার জীবন সদা পাপের নাহি পুণ্য গলে পরের উদ্বে দিয়াছি যে কত দিয়াছি জীবের আমার জীবন কমলম শ্রীগুরুং বৈষ্ণবাঞ্চ শ্রীরূপং সাগ্রজাতং সহগণাল রঘুনাথান্বিতং ত্বং সজীবম সাদ্বৈতং সাবধূतं परिजना सहितं कृष्णा चैतन्य देवं Sri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Namang Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutali Srimati Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Ke Namini Vivasabhanavi Devi Daitaya Kripabhai Krishna Samana Vijnanam Gaine Prabhame Namaha Madhu Jayujjala Pramadhyam Sri Rupanu Gambhakshiram Sri Gaura Karuna Shakti Vigrahaya Namastuti Namaste Gauravani Srimurtai Dinatarini Rupanugavirodhapa Siddhanta Dhantaharini Samsaradava Pranaya karunya ghana ghanatyam Raptasya kalyana gunarnavasya Vande gurasi charanarvindam Samsara damananiralokam Pranaya karunya ghana ghanatyam Raptasya kalyana gunarnavasya Vande gurasi charanarvindam Mahaprabhu ki Saranita Gita Vaditramadyan Manasurasena Romanchakam Pasu Taranga Bhaju Vande Gurasi Charanarvindam Vande Gurasi Charanarvindam Vande Gurasi Charanarvindam Vigraharadhanani Tanana Yuktasya bhaktangshyam nijam yatopi vande gurasi charanarvindam samsadagavanadaniloka pranaya karunya ghana ghanatyam praptasya kalyana gunarnavasya vande gurasi charanarvindam Trivigraharadhanan sanana Singaratan mandiramajanadam Yuktasya bhaktangsya nijam yatopi vande gurasi charanarvindam Vande gurasi charanarvindam Vande gurasi charanarvindam Chaturvidhasi bhagavat prasadam sarvanatityan Hari Bhakta Samhan Ittaiva Krittim Bhajato Sadaiva Vande Gurasi Charanarvindam Vande Gurasi Charanarvindam Vande Gurasi Charanarvindam Sri Radhika Madhavayara Padu Madhurjaniya Gunarupanam Yatithana Sadhanalalutasya Mande Gurasi Charanarvindam Vande Gurasi Charanarvindam Vande Gurasi Charanarvindam Samsaradhavanandaniloka Pranaya karunya ghana ghanatyam Raptasya kalyana gunanavasya Vande gurasi charanarvindam Nikunya gunalatikeli siddhai Jajali vidyuti apekshanya Rati dakshadati vallavasya Vande gurasi charanarvindam Dakshadharitena samasta shastrai Yuktatha bhavate vasadvi किन्तु प्रभो या प्रिय तस्य वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् भक्तस्य कल्याण गुणान्नवस्याम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् यस्य प्रसादाद् भगवत्प्रसाद यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि अयं सुवं तस्याजसकृसन्धं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसारदावानललिलोकात् प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् सप्तस्य कन्यन गुणान्नवस्य वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् 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 श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभो नित्यानन्द भज श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्तवृन्द श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभो नित्यानन्द भज श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्तवृन्द हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे Done. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
What is that sleep yesterday you gave me? That mantra, Nisinga mantra. There was one extra month. Yeah, what everyone sleep? Namaste. Narasimhaya. Prahlada. Ladini. Iranna. Kasipur. Bhaksha. Silatanka. Nakhalai. Namaste. Narasimhaya. Prahlada. Ladadaini. Hiranna. Kasipu. Bhaksha. Silatanka. Nakhalai. Namaste. Narasimhaya. Prahlada. Ladadaini. Hiranya. Kasipu. Bhaksha. Silatanka. Nakhalai. Ito nisinga paratu nisinga. Yatu yami tato nisinga. Bahir nisingo. Hridayi nisingo. Nisinga madhyam. Esabadhrita narahadi rupa. Jaya Jagadisha Hari. Jaya Jagadisha Hari. Jaya Jagadisha Hari. Again repeat the first month. Namaste Narasimhaya. Prahlada Ladadaini. Hiranya Kasipur Bhaksha. Silatanka Nakhalai. Itu nisinga parato nisinga. Jato yami tato nisinga. Bahir nisingho hriday nisinga. Nisinga madhim saranam prabhate. Abakara kamala varena kama singam dalita hirana kasipu tana vengam kesabadrita narahari rupa jaya jagadisha hari jaya jagadisha hari Jaya Jagadisha Hari. The first one again. Namaste Narasimhaya. Prahlada Ladadaini. Hiranna Kasipur Bhaksha. Silatanka Nakhalai. The meaning of this mantra that I offer my humble obeisance to Lord Nrsimha, who is the source of bliss to Prahlad. But Hiranyakashipu Vaksha, his father Hiranyakashipu, on his chest, the nails of his finger is just like chisel cutting the stone. The same personality of Godhead is Prahlada, Ahladadain. Ahlada means pleasure. But Prahlad, Prakishrupena Ahlada, Prahlad. The devotee is, being always in Krishna consciousness, naturally is in blissfulness. It's still more when he meets or associates with his Lord, it's still more blissfulness. That is the position of his devotee. Whereas the atheist, non-devotee, is always feeling like a strike of the chisel, like what you call stone cutting chisel, nakha, nakhalaya, simply by the nails of his finger.
Is all right? Is all right? Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Kesi Ghat Vamsi Van Dada Sopanan Jahan Jahan Leela Kaila Sri Nandanandan Sri Nanda Sada Jaya Sri Nanda Jasada Jaya Jaya Gopagan Sri Ramadi Jaya Jaya Dhanu Mastagan Sri Nanda Sri Nanda Jasada Jaya Sri Nanda O Jasada Jaya Jaya Gopagan Sri Damadi Jaya 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 Dhanu Matsagan Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Sri Govinda Gopina Madana Maham Sri Govinda Gopina Sri Govinda Gopina Madana Maham Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Jaya Radhe Krishna Jaya Vishnu Bhanu Jaya Ritika Sundari Jaya Vishnu Bhanu Jaya Jaya Kritika Sundari Jaya जय पौर्णमासी अभीरनगरी जय वृषभानु जय जय वृषभानु जय का सुंदरी जय जय पौर्णमासी जय अभीरनगरी जय जय गोपीश्वर वृंदावन मां जय जय गोपीश्वर वृंदावन मां जय जय कृष्ण शाखा बटू राम जय जय गोपीश्वर आवनमान जय जय कृष्ण सखा बटू राम जय जय गोपीश्वर वृंदावन जय जय विजय बटू राम जय राम घाट जय रहीनी नंदन जय राम घाट जय रहीनी नंदन जय जय वृंदावन बासी गान जय जय राम घाट जय रही नंदन जय जय वृंदावन बासी जत जन जय राधे जय कृष्ण जय राधे जय कृष्ण जय वृंदावन श्री गोविंद गोपीनाथ मदन मोहन जय राधे जय कृष्ण जय पत्नी जय जय नागकन्यागन भक्ति के जहारा पैया गोविंद चारण जय विजय पत्नी जय नागकन्यागन जय जय विजयपति नाग जय जय विजयपत्नी जय नागकन्यागन भक्ति के जहार पैला गोविंद चरण श्री रास मंडल जय जय राधा श्याम श्री राधा मंडल जय जय राधा श्याम जय जय रासलीला श्री राधा मंडल जय जय राधा श्याम जय जय रासलीला सर्व राम जय जय जल रस सर्वरस सार करो किया भावे जहाँ ब्रजे प्रचार जय जय जल रसम सर्वरस सार जय पर किया भावे जहाँ ब्रजे प्रचार श्री जन्नाभि पाद पद्म करिया स्मरण दीन कृष्ण दास गाई दीन कृष्ण दास कहे नाम संकीर्तन जय राधे जय कृष्ण जय जय राधे जय हरि हरि जन हरि हरि राधा हरि 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 राधा हरि हरि যাতছি হরি নামে উদ্ধারি পাপি তাপি যাত অছিলেন হরি নামে উদ্ধারিলেন তারা সখী জগাই কারণ সখী জগাই अरे पापी तभी निजत छी हरि नमे उद्धारिले पापी तभी जात हरि नामे उद्धारिले तारा सखी जगामी तारा सखी हरि 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 আমি বিফলে राधा कृष्ण राधा प्रभु बिना Aja bhakata vasalam Sri Gaura Hari. Aja bhakata Sri Gaura Hari. Jai Goswami Hari. Gaura Hari, Goswami Hari, Nanda Jasmatir Jitani, Ananda Jasmatir Jitani, Raja Baba Tama. Raja Bhakata Gaura Hari, Jai Goswami Hari. Gaura Hari, Jai Goswami Hari. Nanda Jasmatir Jitani, Ananda Jasmatir Jitani, Raja Bhakatama. Lahal Damodar ISKCON Lahal Damodar ISKCON Bhogaman Bhogamandire Vashikara Bhajam Bhaja Bhakata Sri Gaura Hari, Jai Goswami Hari. Sri Gaura Hari, Jai Goswami Hari. Nanda Jasmatir Jitani, Ananda Jasmatir Jitani. Bhaja Bhakata Bhaja Bhakata Nanderani Dese Vaise Giri Varadhari Nanderani Dese Vaise Giri Varadhari Baladeva Saha Sakha Vaise Harisha Baladeva Saha Sakha Vaise Harisha Bhaja Bhakata Bhaja Bhakata Sri Gaura Hari. Sahi Goswami Hari Shri Gaura Hari Sahi Goswami Hari Nanda Ananda Jashamukir Chitahai Bhajabhakatava Sakadiyadi Nalita Kushana Daditi Dridhaya Hari Machakan Sukhuta Sakadi Bhaji Nalita Kushana Dalidalla Dudha Tummi Dadi Machakan Chini Sarapuli Laddu Rasabali Bhajana Karena Krishna Vaye Chini Sarapuli Laddu Rasabali Bhajana Karena Krishna Vaye Bhajana Bhajabhakatava Shri Gaura Hari Sahi Goswami Hari Shri Gaura Hari Sahi Goswami Hari Nanda Jashamukir Ananda Jashamukir Chitahari Bhajabhakatava Radhikara Pakayana Vivida Vanjana Radhikara Pakayana Vivida Vanjana Paramayanande Krishna Karena Bhajan Paramayanande Krishna Karena Bhajan Shri Gaura Hari Sahi Goswami Hari Shri Gaura Hari Sahi Goswami Hari Bhajabhakatava Bhajanante Priya Krishna Bhajanante Priya Krishna Subhashita Bari Baladeva Sakha Vaishesharisha Bhajanante Priya Krishna Subhashita Bari Baladeva Sakha Vaishesharisha Hari Sahi Krishna Bihari Nanda Jasamati Hari Aha Nanda Jasamati Raja Bhagata Raja Bhagata Gaura Hari Sahi Krishna Bihari Gaura Hari Sahi Krishna Bihari Nanda Jasamati Aha Nanda Jasamati Raja Raja Govinda Govinda Gopala Raja Govinda Govinda Gopala Hari Nanda Dulala Hari Gopina Nanda Dulala Raja Govinda Govinda Gopala Raja Govinda Govinda Gopala Hari Gopina Nanda Dulala Hari Gopina Nanda Dulala Raja Govinda Govinda Raja Bhagata Raja Bhagata Hare Rama Krishna Radha Maya Nama Radha Maya Madhavaya Keto Nama Hare Gopala Govinda Rama Madhusudan Gopala Govinda Rama Giridhari Gopi Na Madana Giridhari Gopi Na Madana Hare Namo Radha Maya Nama Radha Maya Madhavaya Ketamaya मधुसूदन गोपाल गोविंद राम मधुसूदन गिरिधारी गोपीनाथ मदन मोहन गोपाल गोविंद राम गोपाल गोविंद राम श्री मधुसूदन गिरिधारी गोपी मदन मोहन हरये राम कृष्ण हरये राम यादवाय यादवाय माधवाय केशवाय हरये हरि हरये राम कृष्ण यादवाय नमः यादवाय माधवाय केशवाय नमः यादवाय माधवाय केशवाय नमः हरये राम गोपाल गोविंद राम गोपाल गोविंद राम श्री मधुसूदन गोपाल गोविंद राम श्री मधुसूदन गिरिधारी गोपीनाथ धारी गोपीनाथ मदन गिरिधारी गोपीनाथ मदन हरये हरये राम चैतन्य नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत चिता श्री चैतन्य श्री चैतन्य नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत चिता हरि गुरु वैष्णव हरि गुरु वैष्णव भागवत गीता हरि गुरु वैष्णव भागवत गीता हरये हरये राम Yadavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Namaya Haraye তাদের চারণ সেবী ভক্তজনে তাদের চারণ সেবী ভক্তজনে জনমে জনমে মা এই অভিলা জনমে জনমে মা এই অভিলা হরয়ে নমঃ মায়া নমঃ ইচ্ছায় গোসাই যাবে ব্রজে কইল বাগ ইচ্ছায় গোসাই যাবে ব্রজে কইল বাগ রাধা কৃষ্ণ রাধা কৃষ্ণ নিত্য লীলা হরিল ইচ্ছায় গতি আমি ব্রজে নামা ব্রজে নামা রাধা নিত্য লীলা হরিল আনন্দে বল হরি ভজ বৃন্দাবন হরি বৈষ্ণবে মজায়ামম আনন্দে বল হরি আনন্দে বল হরি ভজ বৃন্দাবন হরি বৈষ্ণবে মজায়ামম আনন্দে হরি Bhajavinnavam Adi Vaishnave Madhyavam Ye Namo Krishna Hare Namo Krishna Dadavaya Namah Dadavaya Madhavaya Ketamaya Namah Hare Namaste Namaste Purusham Tyadyam Isharam Pradite Param Alakshya Sarvabhutanam Antarbahirabhasitam Maya Javanikachanya Magyadho Khajamabhyam Nalakshasi Muradrishyam Nato Nato Dharajatha Tatha Paramahansanam Muninam Amalatmanam Tatha Paramahansanam Muninam Amalatmanam Bhakti Yoga Vidhanartham Tatham Pasema Istriyam Namaste Purusham Tyadyam Isharam Pravite Param Alaksham Sarvabhutanam Antarbahirabhasitam Krishnaya Vasudevaya Devaki Nandanaya Cha Krishnaya Vasudevaya Devaki Nandanaya Cha Nanda Gopakumaraya Govindaya Namo Namah Nama Pankajanaභaya Nama Pankajamaline Nama Pankajanetraya Namaste Pankajanghaye Namaste Purushantadyam Isharam Pradite Param Alaksham Sarvabhutanam Antarbahirabhasitam Yatha Rishikesha Khalena Devaki Kangsena Nudhyati Chiram Sucharpitam Vimochita Hancha Sahatmaja Vibho Tayaiva Nathena Moho Vipadganam Vishana Mahagne Purusada Darshana ईशान महाग्नि पुरुषाद दर्शनाम असत सभाया वनवास कृच्छतम निधेनेकमहारथास्ततो निधेनेकमहारथास्ततुं मृधेनेकमहारथास्ततुं द्रोणस्ततोश्चात्म हरेभिरक्षिता मेघेनेकमहारथास्ततो द्रौणस्ततोश्चात्म हरेभिरक्षिता नमस्ते पुरुषस्ताभ्यम् ईश्वरं प्रकृते परम् अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानां अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितम् विपदासन्तु तासस्य तत्र तत्र जगद्गुरु भवतद्दर्शनज्ञ स्यात् अपुनर्भवदर्शनम् जन्मैश्चर्यसुतश्रीभिः रेधमानमदापुमान् नैवार्हता भीधातुं वै कामकिञ्चन गोचरम् नमस्ते पुरुषस्याद्यम् ईश्वरं प्रकृते परम् अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानाम् अन्तर्बहिर्नमस्कृतम् नमो किञ्चन वित्ताय निर्विद्या गुणवित्तये आत्मारामाय शान्ताय कैवल्यपतये नमः नमस्ते पुरुषसाध्यम् ईश्वरं प्रकृते परम् अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानां अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितम् मन्येतां कालमीशानम् अनादिधनं विभुम् समं चरन्तं सर्वस्य भूतानां जन्मिथः कलिः न वेद कश्चिद् भगवं चिकीर्षितम् न वेद कश्चिद् भगवं चिकीर्षितम् तवेहमानस्य नृणां विडम्बनम् तवेहमानस्य नृणां विडम्बनम् न यस्य कश्चित् दयितोऽस्ति कर्हिचित् देशश्च यस्मिन् विषमामतीर्नृणाम् जन्म कर्म च विश्यात्मन् जन्म कर्म च विश्यात्मन् न यस्य कर्तुरात्मनः जन्मी शिशुर्जादसु तदत्यन्तविडम्बनम् जन्म कर्म च विश्यात्मन् न यस्य कर्तुरात्मनः शिशुजादसु तदन्तविडम्बनम् नमस्ते पुरुषसाध्यम् ईश्वरं प्रकृते परम् अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानाम् अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितम् Namaste Purusantadyam Isharam Prakrite Param Alaksyam Sarvabhutanam Antarbahiravastitam Gopyadadetai Kritagasidam Tavam Jate Dasashu Kanilan Janasambhramaksham Gopyadadetai Kritagad Bhayabhavunaya Samaya Vimohayati Rapitad Viheti Bhakrang Bhayabhavanaya Sthitasya Samang Vimohayati Rapitad Viheti Namaste Purusatyadhyam Isharam Prakrite Param Alaksham Sarvabhutanam Antadvahiravastitam Namaste Purusam Tadyam Namaste Purusatyadam Isharam Prakrite Param Alakshya Sarvabhutanam Antadvahiravastitam Kechidahurajam Jatam Punna Slokasakitaye Jada Priya Shanavaye Malayase Vachandanam Kechidahurajam Jatam Punna Slokasakitaye Jado Priya Shanavaye Malayase Vachandanam Apare Vasudevasam Devakyam Jachito Bhagat Ajastamasya Chimaya Bandhaya Chasradvisham Arabataranayani Bhuvo Nabhivo Dadhau Shirantya Bhuribharena Jato Yatma Bhuyarthitam Bhavesmi Klishmananam Avidya Kama Karvamshi Savana Smaranarhani Karishan Nikekechana Namaste Purusatyadhyam Isharam Prakrite Param Alaksham Sarvabhutanam Alaksham Sarvabhutanam Antadvahiravastitam
Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Juta Padakamalam Shri Gurum Vaishnavanscha Shri Rupam Sakrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tvam Sajivam Sadvaitam Sav Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padam Sadhana Lalita Sri Vishakanitam Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Plant. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Vansho Hare Mana. Bhaja Hare Mana, Amaya Hare.
Aja hure mana abhaya karanara aja hure mana vinananana abhaya karanara Bajahure mana vinandananana abhaya karanara Navamanava janama satsange Navamanava janama satsange Karaye baba Navamanava janama satsange Karaye baba फले छे कृपन दिल जन सफल सुख जनना दिले फले छे कृपन दिल जन सफल सुख जनना दिले मना श्री धन यौवन पुत्र परिजन धन यौवन पुत्र परिजन देखी अच्छे पर प्रीति रे हे धन यौवन पुत्र परिजन देखी अच्छे पर प्रीति रे जीवन टलमल कोमल जल दल कोमल जल दल जीवन टलमल कमल जल दल जीवन टलमल भज भजनी रे कमल जल दल जीवन टलमल कमल जल दल जीवन टलमल भज हरि भजनी भज हरि पद भजहुरे मना श्री नंदनंदन भजहुरे मना श्री नंदनंदन मंगल पाद सेवरे भवन कीर्तन मरण सेवन दासरे पूजन सखी जन आत्मनिवेदन पूजन सखी जन आत्मनिवेदन गोविंद पूजन सखी जन आत्मनिवेदन गोविंद hure mana dinandanandana sambaya jara Tula पाद सेवन दासरे श्रवण कीर्तन मरण बंधन पाद सेवन दासरे पूजन सखी जन आत्मनिवेदन पूजन सखी जन आत्मनिवेदन गोविंद दस अभिलाष दे पूजन सखी जन आत्मनिवेदन गोविंद दस अभिलाष जाहु रे मन नंदन अवय जाहु रे
Why you go so far? Very nice. Hari Hari. Phale janama. Hari Hari Ami Phale janama mano sadi vana paya Radha Krishna Nabho Manasa Divana Opaya Radha Krishna Nabho
विफले जन्म हरि हरि विफले जन्म राधा कृष्ण बदी जानिया मेरा भी हरि हरि विफले प्रेम हरि नाम संकीर्तन गोलोकेरो प्रेम धन हरि नाम संकीर्तन गोलोकेरो प्रेम धन हरि नाम संकीर्तन भक्ति न जन्मिल न होता है भक्ति न जन्म होता है विषय विषाण दीवानी जले परिवारे विषय विषाणले दीवानी जले परिवारे हरि हरि विफले जन्म हरि हरि विफले राधा कृष्ण भजिया मनुष्य जीवन पया राधा कृष्ण हरि हरि विफले Jai Sati Haila Brajananandana Jai Sati Sutta Haila Brajananandana Jai Sati Sutta Haila Brajananandana Jai Sati Sutta Haila Radhara Haila Nitai Balaram Haila Nitai Papi tapi ato chila Hari name udarina Sakhi radai janadhai Papi tapi ato chila Hari name udarila Sakhi radaya Hari Hari Vifale Hari Hari Vifale Mana Sajivana Paiya Radha Krishna Abhodina Janiya Suniya Janiya Suniya Aha Prabhu Nanda Jota Vishobhan Jota Jota Aha Prabhu Nanda Jota Aha Prabhu Nanda Jota Vishobhan Jota Jota Aha Prabhu Nanda Jota Vishobhan Jota नरोत्तम दास कहे न खेली हरण पाए तुमी बिना के नरोत्तम दास कहे न खेली हरण पाए तुमी बिना के हरि हरि फले जन हरि हरि फले मन सदी बन सदा कृष्ण नाम मन सदी बन राधा कृष्ण नाम ज्ञानी हरि हरि फले जन हरि हरि फले हम पदकमलं श्रीगुरुं वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं साग्रजातं सहगना रघुनाथान्वितं तं सजीवं साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्ण चैतन्यदेवं श्रीराधा कृष्णपादान् सहगण ललिता श्रीविशाखान्वितं च नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती नामिनी श्री पार्श्वभानवी देवी दयिताय कृपाभै कृष्ण संबंध विज्ञान दायिनी प्रपवी मधुजयुज्जल प्रेमाध्या श्रीरूपानुगभक्ति श्रीगौरा करुणाशक्ति विग्रहाय नमस्ते गौरवाणी श्रीमते दीनतारिणी रूपानुगतिर्व्यापक सिद्धान्तहारिणी नमः गौरकिशोराय साक्षात् वैराग्यमूर्तये विप्रलम्भरसाम्बुधि पादाम्बुजाय श्री नमः नमो भक्ति विनादाय सच्चिदानन्दनामिने गौरशक्ति स्वरूपाय रूपानुगवराय गौरयाभिर्भावभूमेष्टम् निर्देश सज्जन प्रिया वैष्णव सार्वभौम श्री जगन्नाथाय नमः पंचाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपासिन्धुभ्यैव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यः वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः नमः महावदान्नाय कृष्ण प्रेम प्रदायते कृष्णाय कृष्ण चैतन्यनामिने गौरातिथे नमः पंचतत्त्वात्मकम् भक्तरूपस्वरूपकम् भक्त्यावतारम् भक्त्याख्यम् नमामि भक्तशक्तिकम् हे कृष्णा करुणा सिंधो दीनबंधो जगत्पते गोपीश गोपिका कंच राधा कंच जयतां सुरतौ ममो मन्दमते गते सर्वस्वपदाम्भोजो राधामदन मोहन विद्वद् बिन्दारण्य कल्पद्रुमाधव श्रीमद्रत्नागार सिंहासनस्थौ राधा शील गोविंद देवौ प्रसाली प्रमाणं स्मरामि श्रीमान रासरसारम्भी वंशी बटा तथा स्थितः कर्षण विनोदन गोपीनाथ तप्त कांचन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावने भानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरि हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
Shivashik Chitam Samaha Ram Tvai Anititosti Nakamandipiti Nari Surya Kamati Loka Adena Kamsavitaha Kamsti Uttibigachanti Hey Ke Chatma Hanotana Hey Ke Chatma Hanotana Hey Ke Chatma Hanotana Om Purnamada Purnamada Purnat Purnam Purnachate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vasishate Om Purnamada Purnat Purnam Purnachate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vasishate Om Purnamada Purnat Purnam Purnachate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vasishate
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Bala Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Bala Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Bala Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Oh Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare এই নাম গায়ে গোরাচাঁদ মধুর সাদে এই নাম গায়ে গোরাচাঁদ মধুর সাদে হরে কৃষ্ণ হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে হরে এই নাম গায়ে গোরাচাঁদ মধুর সারে এই নাম গায়ে গোরাচাঁদ মধুর সারে হরে কৃষ্ণ হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম হরে রাম 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 হরে হরে Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Namaste, Namaste Purusham Chadyam Isharam Pradite Param Alakshya Sarva Bhutanam Krishna Kirtana Ganana Karnapahau Premamrita Vanidhi Dhira Dhira Jana Krishna Kirtana Gana Nartana Prabhu Premamritam Vanidhi Dhira Dhira Jana Priya Priya Karo Nimar Pujito Chaitanya Kripa Bharau Bhuvi Bhuva Bhara Tarakau Bande Rupa Sanatana Raghujugo Sri Jiva Gopalakau Bande Rupa Sanatana Raghujugo Krishna Kirtana Gana Krishna Kirtana Gana Nartana Param Prema Veera Veera Jana Priya Priya Karo Nirma Pujitam Sri Chaitanya Kripa Bharau Chaitanya Kripa Bharau Bhuvi Bhuva Bharava Antarakau Bande Rupa Sanatana Raghujugo Sri Jiva विचारणै सद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं चैतन्य कृपा बरौ लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं आत्मविचारणैकनिपुणं तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं Radha Krishna Radha Krishna Padarabindau Madanamritau Radha Krishna Padarabindau Madana Nande Namatkalika Mande Rupa Sanatanam Raghujugal Krishna Kirtana Gana Natalapa भरऊ प्रेम निधि वीर वीर जनप्रिय श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरऊ वंदे रूप सनातनम वासुदेव मंडलस्नी सदा तुच्छव भूत्वा दीनगणेशतो करुणया मंडलपति शनि सदा उत्सव भूत्वा दीनगणेशतो करुणया कौपीनकण्ठास्थितौ गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी अल्लो लमग्नं वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगल राधे राधे ब्रज देवी के हे नंद सुना कुतः हे राधे ब्रज देवी के ललिते हे नंद सुनकुतः श्री गोवर्धन पाद पतले कालिंदी वने कुतः राधे ब्रज देवी के ललिते हे नंद शूनकुतः श्री गोवर्धन पाद पतले कालिंदी कुतः वो संतापिते वो संतापिते सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदई विहुबलौ वंदे रूप सनातन रघुगौ वो संतापिते सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदई महाविहुबलौ वंदे रूप सनातन रघुगौ बालक कृष्ण कीर्तन गान रतन परम प्रेमामृतम धीर धीर जन प्रिय प्रिय करो श्री चैतन्य कृपा भर तारक वंदे रूप सनातन গৌরাঙ্গ বলিতে হবে উনকশরী হরি হরি বলিতে নয়নে বামেনি গৌরাঙ্গ বলিতে হবে উনকশরী হরি হরি বলিতে নয়নে বামেনি গৌরাঙ্গ বলিতে হবে উনকশরী হরি হরি বলিতে নয়নে বামেনি আর কবে নিতাই চায় করুণা করিবে সংসার বাসনাময় কবে তুচ্ছ হবে আর কবে নিতাই চাং করুণা করিবে সংসার বাসনাময় কবে তুচ্ছ হবে গৌরাঙ্গ বলিতে হবে উনকশরী হরি হরি বলিতে না জনে ভাবেনি গৌরাঙ্গ বলিতে হবে উনকশরী হরি হরি বলিতে না জানে ভাবেনি আর কবে নিতাই করুণা করিবে সংসার বাসনাময় কবে তুচ্ছ হবে কবে নিতাই করুণা করিবে সংসার বাসনাময় কবে তুচ্ছ হবে বিষয় ছাড়িয়া কবে বিষয় ছাড়িয়া কবে শুদ্ধ হবে মন বিষয় ছাড়িয়া কবে কবে হম শ্রী বৃন্দাবন বিষয় ছাড়িয়া কবে শুদ্ধ হবে মন কবে হম হে রব শ্রী বৃন্দাবন বিষয় ছাড়িয়া কবে শুদ্ধ হবে মন কবে হম হে রব শ্রী বৃন্দাবন বিষয় ছাড়িয়া কবে শুদ্ধ হবে মন কবে হম হে রব শ্রী বৃন্দাবন রূপ রূপনাথ পদে আকুতি তবে হাম বুঝব সে যুগল প্রীতি রূপ রঘুনাথ পদে ওই বেয়াকুতি তবে হাম বুঝব সে যুগল প্রীতি রূপ রঘুনাথ পদে রূপ রঘুনাথ পদে হইবে আকুতি তবে হাম বুঝব সে যুগল প্রীতি রূপ রঘুনাথ পদে কবে হাম বুঝব সে যুগল প্রীতি রূপ রঘুনাথ পদে ওই বেয়াকুতি কবে হাম বুঝব সে যুগল প্রীতি রূপ রঘুনাথ পদে তবে হাম বুঝব সে যুগল প্রীতি গৌরাঙ্গ বলিতে হবে ফুলকসরি হরি হরি বলিতে না জানে ভাবেনি গৌরাঙ্গ বলিতে হবে ফুলকসরি হরি হরি বলিতে না জানে ভাবেনি আর কবে নিতাই করুণা করিবে সংসার বাসনাময় তবে তুচ্ছ হবে আর কবে নিতাই চং আর কবে নিতাই চান করুণা করিবে সংসার বাসনাময় তবে তুচ্ছ হবে বিষয় ছাড়িয়া কবে বিষয় ছাড়িয়া কবে শুদ্ধ হবে মন কবে হাম হেরব শ্রী বৃন্দাবন রঘুনাথ পদে ওই বেয়াকুতি तबे हम बुझब से जुगल प्रीति रूप रघुनाथ पदे व्याकुति तबे हम बुझब से जुगल प्रीति विषय चरिय कामें विषय चरिय कामें হবে মনে তবে हम বুঝব সে গাল প্রীতি গৌরাঙ্গ বলিতে হবে পুলকশ্বরী হরি হরি বলিতে না অয়নে ববে গৌরাঙ্গ বলিতে হবে আর কবে নিতাই চান করুণা করিবে সংসার বাসনা কবে তুচ্ছ হবে আর কবে নিতাই চান করুণা করিবে সংসার বাসনা কবে তুচ্ছ হবে বিষয় ছড়িয়া কবে গৌরাঙ্গ বলিতে হবে লকশরি হরি হরি বলিতে না জানে বাবিনী গৌরাঙ্গ বলিতে হবে अभय अवतार पावन अभय अवतार श्यामा पावन प्रभु नित्यानंद प्रभु नित्यानंद प्रेमानंद प्रभु नित्यानंद प्रेमानंद कृपया बल कन कर हमें बल आनंद सुखी प्रभु Ah
Padakamalam Gurun Vaisnavang Sri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Satvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Sakhanidam Namam Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Namini Sri Varshabhanavi Devi Dayitaya Kripabhai Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Daine Prabhavi Namaha Madhujjala Premadhya Srirupanu Bhakti Karuna
Vigrahaya Namaste Gauravani Srimate Dinatani Rupanu Gadir Japa Siddhanta Dhantahari Nama Gaura Kisaraya Sakshat Vairagamote Vipralam Bharasambodhi Padam Bhujaya Sri Namaha Namo Bhakti Vinodaya Sachidananda Namini Gaura Shakti Karumaya
Janavita tavan jagamanaloba taki nitai chan vame gadadara Nikataya Dvaitashini Ivasa Chatradhara Hivabasi Ache Karachan Ratna Simasane Arati Karera Brahmadi Devagana Hari Adhikari Chamaradulaya Sanjaya Mukunda Basu Goshadigaya शङ्का बाजे घण्टा बाजे बाजे करतारा मधुरा मृदङ्ग बाजे परमरसाला शङ्का बाजे घण्टा बाजे मधुर 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 बाजे शङ्का बाजे घण्टा बाजे मधुर 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 बाजे शङ्का बाजे घण्टा बाजे मधुर 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 बाजे मधुर 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 बाजे मधुर 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 बाजे निताय गौर हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल कि बाबू कोटि चांदजिनी वदन उज्ज्वला गाला देश बारामाला करे जलमाला शुका नारदा प्रेम गदाधारा बाकाती विनोदा देखे गदार संपादा जयो जयो गोरा चंद आरती का शोभा Bal Raja Manalabha Gaurangaya Rati Shobha Jaga Jana Manalabha Gaurangaya Rati Shobha Jaga Jana Manalabha Jaga Jana Manalabha Jaga Jana Manalabha Jaga Jana Manalabha Nitai Gora Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gora Hari Bol Nitai Gora Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gora Hari Bol Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Mate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pachatya Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Now start Hari Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. 5 more minutes. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol.
Paramahamsa Parivrajacharya Satarsatha Shishimad. His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki. Jayam Vishwapal Paramahamsa Parivrajacharya Satarsatha Shishimad. His Divine Grace Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Srila Prabhupada ki. Anantakoti Vaishnavinda ki. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki. Prem Sikho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda. Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Sadeva Bhaktivinda ki. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath. श्यामकुंड राधा कुंड गिरि गोवर्धन की, वृंदावन धाम की, मथुरा धाम की, जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की, नवद्वीप धाम की, गंगा माई की, यमुना माई की, तुलसी देवी की, भक्ति देवी की, समवेत भक्तवृंद की, निताय गौर प्रेमानंदी. All glories to some of the bodies. All glories to some of the bodies. All glories to some of the bodies. All glories to Shri Guru and Guru. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
जय नरसिंहदेव भगवान की जय, प्रहलाद महाराज की जय. नमस्ते नरसिंहाय. नमस्ते नरसिंहाय. प्रहलाद लाद दायिने प्रहलाद. हिरण्यकशिपूर्वक्षः शिलाटङ्कानखालये. इतो न सिंह परतो न सिंह. यतो यतो यामि ततो न सिंह. यतो यतो बहिर्न सिंह हृदये न सिंह. नरसिंहमादिं शरणं प्रपदे. तव करकमलवरे नखा अद्भुत श्रृंगार दलिता हिरण्यकशिपु तनुभृंगा केशवधृता नरहरिरूपा जय जगदीश हरे 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 जया केशवधृता नरहरि रूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जया नरसिंहदेव 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 जया नरसिंहदेव जया नर जया प्रहलाद महाराज प्रहलाद महाराज प्रहलाद महाराज जया प्रहलाद महाराज जया जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभु जय जय गुरुदेव 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 जय जय गुरुदेव जय जय विघ्न विनाशक नरसिंह देव भगवान की जय भक्त शिरोमणि प्रहलाद महाराज की जय।
अम्मा मम्मा कहीं गई? हरे कृष्णा, हरे कृष्णा. Am I audible, Prabhuji, Mataji? Hare Krishna. Welcome you all for today evening's Bhagavad Gita class. Today's verse is chapter 1, slok number 41. जय राधा माधवा कुंज बिहारी. जय राधा माधवा कुंज बिहारी. जय गोपी जन वल्लभा गिरिवरधारी. यशोधानंदन ब्रज जन रंजन. यशोधानंदन ब्रज जन रंजन. जमुना तीरावनचारी. जमुना तीरावनचारी. जय राधा माधवा कुंज बिहारी. जय गोपी जनवल्लभा गिरिवरधारी. यशोधानंदन ब्रज जन रंजन. यशोदानंदन ब्रज जन रंजन. जमुना तीरावनचारी. जमुना तीरावनचारी. हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे. हरे राम 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 हरे हरे. हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे. हरे राम 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 हरे हरे. हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे. हरे राम 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 हरे हरे. जय राधा कालचंदी राधा कालचंदी श्री राधे. कालचंदी राधा कालचंदी श्री राधे. जय जगन्नाथ जय बलदेवा जय सुभद्रमाई जय सुदर्शना. जय गौरनीताय जय गौरनीताय गौरनीताय जय गौरनीताय जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद the Mangalacharan prayers. Om Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Sri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Juta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Stam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamscha He Krishna Karunar Sindhu Deenabandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namosute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishvanebhyo Namo Namaha Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo 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 Hare Hare Krishna. Welcome to you all for this evening's Bhagavad Gita class. Firstly, I seek blessings from all of you that I may speak whatever I have heard or whatever I have read, and that I may not speak anything that is concocted, and that I may speak only that is beneficial for all of us. Kindly bless me and kindly forgive my mistakes, because I don't have so much knowledge. I'm just reading, and I'll try to share whatever I can recollect, whatever I've heard. This is chapter 1. The verses Shankaro Narakayaiva Kulagnanam Kulasya Cha Patanti Pitaro Hiyesh Lupta Pindodaka Kriya Shankaro Narakayaiva Kulagnanam Kulasya Cha Patanti Pitaro Hiyesham Lupta Pindodaka Kriya Shankaro Narakayaiva Kulagnanam Kulasya Cha Patanti Pitaro Hiyesham Lupta Pindodaka Kriya. Word by word translation. Shankara, such unwanted children. Narakaya, make for hellish life. Eva, certainly. Kulagnanam, for those who are killers of the family. Kulasya, for the family. Cha, also. Patanti, fall down. Pitraha, forefathers. He, certainly, Esham of them, Lupta, stopped, Pinda, of offerings of food, Udaka, and water, Kriyaha, performances. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Shri Prabhupada. Prabhupada ki jai. Translation. An increase of unwanted population certainly causes hellish life for both for the family and for those who destroy the family tradition. The ancestors of such corrupt families fall down because the performances for offering them food and water are entirely stopped. I'll repeat the translation. An increase of unwanted population, please mind Prabhupada's words, an increase of unwanted population certainly causes hellish life both for the family and for those who destroy the family tradition. The ancestors of such corrupt families fall down because the performances for offering them food and water are entirely stopped. Purport. According to the rules and regulations of fruitive activities, please mind Prabhupada's words, he writes very meticulously. According to the rules and regulations of fruitive activities, there is a need to offer periodical food and water to the forefathers of the family. This offering is performed by worship of Vishnu because eating the remnants of food offered to Vishnu can deliver one from all kinds of sinful actions. Sometimes the forefathers may be suffering from various types of sinful reactions, and sometimes some of them cannot even acquire a gross material body and are forced to remain in subtle bodies as ghosts. I'll repeat this line. Sometimes some of them cannot even acquire a gross material body and are forced to remain in subtle bodies as ghosts. Thus, when remnants of prasadam food are offered to forefathers by descendants, the forefathers are released from ghostly or other kinds of miserable life. Such help rendered to forefathers is a family tradition, and those who are not in devotional life are required to perform such rituals. Remember this line, Prabhupada. Such help rendered to forefathers is a family tradition, and those who are not in devotional life are required to perform such rituals. One who is engaged in the devotional life is not required to perform such actions. It is not required. Simply by performing devotional service, one can deliver hundreds and thousands of forefathers from all kinds of misery. It is stated in Bhagavatam, Canto 11, Chapter 5, verse 41. Devarshi bhutaptanram pitranam nakinkaro nayam rini charajan sarvatmana hi sharanam sharanyam gato mukundam paririthyakartam. Anyone who has taken shelter of the lotus feet of Mukunda, the giver of liberation, giving up all kinds of obligation, and has taken to the path in all seriousness. Please mind Prabhupada's words, very important here. And has taken to the path in all seriousness, owes neither duties nor obligations to the demigods, sages, general living entities, family members, humankind, or forefathers. Such obligations are automatically fulfilled by performance of devotional service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. How much time do we have, Mataji? 7:22? Okay. I'll read Prabhupada's purport and see what Prabhupada is saying. Prabhupada says, according to the rules and regulations of fruitive activities, there is a need to offer periodical food and water to the forefathers of the family. This offering is performed by worship of Vishnu because eating the remnants of food offered to Vishnu can deliver one from all kinds of sinful actions. So far we have been reading about the compassion of Arjun that he has been displaying. He does not want to fight because he has his reasons. If he fights, he would be killing soldiers. That would make the woman vulnerable, and that can cause unwanted progeny. And he says all of this will be on him, that he owes all this. And now we are here where he is saying that if the population is unwanted, what will happen? What will happen is there will be no Pindadan, and that will lead to the downfall of forefathers. Prabhupada says that following the Karma Kanda philosophy, one should offer the remnants of food offered to Lord to one's forefathers. Something interesting note here is that we may not be able to perceive, but even the ghosts, Prabhupada says, Pishach, Pitra, Pishach, and one more form Prabhupada says, all of them are able to accept the same food that we offer to Lord. Although we may not be able to see, they are able to eat the food and be purified. That is the power of prasad. So we can very well understand that if with the gross body we are able to accept prasad that is offered to Lord, how much purification we can get. That's why we say prasad seva korite hoy shakala prapancha jaya. All the senses can be simply overcome. The tendencies of these senses can be overcome simply by honoring prasad. That's a very difficult thing because whenever prasad comes, I simply happen to ponder upon it, pound upon it, pounce upon it because I love to eat it. But the intent of accepting prasad is not to satisfy tongue, but purification of the senses. And it happens not just for us, it happens even with the subtle bodies who do not have a tongue, a face, a mouth, a hand like us. They are also purified. So much so that they can be liberated. That's the power of Vishnupad, the lotus feet of Lord. Anything offered to Lord, if we take, it can purify our senses. Then, let's see. Prabhupada makes a very interesting point here. He says that sometimes some of them can't even acquire a gross material body and are forced to remain in subtle bodies as ghosts. What this means is the soul, which is full of desires, it is bound in a condition where it does not have a body through which it can enjoy the same senses it wants to. Because all of us are born with one desire. What? To enjoy. To enjoy is the very nature of soul. Lord wants to enjoy, and being part and parcel of Lord, we also want to enjoy. That is all good. Trouble is when we want to enjoy separately from the Lord. Not in service of Lord, but in service of our own senses. That's where the problem comes. And there are souls who, although want to enjoy their senses, but unfortunately don't have the facility. What Prabhupada says? Prabhupada says the descendants, it is their responsibility. So when people ask for a boon for a putra, The boon is not so that the putra will take care of you when you are old or will give you money when you are old. The reason there is that putra does not change his gotra. And that putra has the responsibility of delivering you from the planet called Put or Pu, where our pitras live. So, if I receive a body which is not fit for this planet, if I have desires with which I go to Pitralok, if I would have a son, it becomes his duty. So, that son should, if he is pious and he follows Shastra, it becomes his duty to offer pinda that has been offered to Lord to his forefathers so that they can be liberated or at least purified. Prabhupada makes two statements. He says, such help rendered to forefathers is a family tradition. So it is not that someone else will do it for me. It is only in the family tradition that they can do it. And he says, those who are not in devotional life are required to perform such rituals. One who is engaged in devotional life is not required to perform such rituals. So please mind, required does not or not required does not mean that we should or should not do. It simply means if I am not following the injunctions of Shastra, I become more, it becomes more upon me to do it. If I am anyhow engaged in Lord's service, it does not mean that I should not do. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he himself set the example that although he is Lord himself in the form of his topmost devotee, yet he goes and offers pinda in Vishnupad in Gaya, and that's where he accepts his Diksha. We understand that there is a principle, there is a standard that is set, and Prabhupada mentions one more thing. He says, one who has taken to the path in all seriousness owes neither duties nor obligations to the demigods, sages, living entities, family members, humankind, or forefathers. So what this means is that it is not that I should do or should not do simply seeing Lord Chaitanya. One has to gauge one's level of purification, one's level of seriousness, one's level of surrender. Someone who is always engaged in service of Lord, he or she may not have the need to go and do that. Their prayers to Lord are potent enough to free their forefathers. It does not mean that he or she should not do. Sometimes this also comes upon in our Gaudiya Vaishnava tradition that because we are trying to serve Lord, we do not have to. Prabhupada does not write that. He does not say we do not have to or we have to. He simply says, if we are not, then it is must, because we must follow at least some rituals to free our forefathers. It is our responsibility. It is not our, free will that we will choose or not. No, it is a responsibility. And if we are doing it in all earnestness, following it very sincerely, then yes, Lord is taking care of that. He says he will free 21 generations up and down. He did that with Prahlad Maharaj as well. So we got to measure our own seriousness, surrender, consciousness, rather than simply trying to, follow someone else's examples. That's what I understand in this verse. One more thing I understand here, why Arjuna is talking about all these things? He's talking about all these things because when Varna Shankara happens, Varna Shankara means that the offspring that comes is in neither here nor there. Previously, the system of caste was based upon the guna. it is still based upon based upon guna. It is not based upon birth. And marriages used to happen based upon guna. What are my properties, my features, and what are the features of the other one? And offspring is to come accordingly. Now, when Varna Shankara happens, what will happen is there will be no discrimination between who is marrying whom. Forget marriage. Prabhupada says it is unchaste. It's an unchaste system. And when offspring comes from that system, which is unwanted, we see this. Today's world, we see all these movements happening here and there. What happens from that is when children are born who are unwanted, they also come with the characteristics which are unwanted. They don't come with the features which are wanted. A child, that's what Prabhupada says, that there are, I forgot, 10 or 16? I forgot, sorry. There are some scars, I guess 10 or 16 in whole life. It starts with the Garbhodhan Samskar, which means even to beget children, if you want to beget a child that can do some meaningful contribution to society, we have to do some purificatory process. Samskar means purification. Purification has to happen even before begetting a child. Then when the child comes, that child is of some use, some contribution to society, rather than just being one of those who are causing troubles. So when we see Arjun talking about this, we got to understand that I was reading Prabhupada's purport today on Prabhupada's Vani. He said, Darwin wrote, one very interesting point, Darwin wrote that we were all uncivilized and now we are becoming civilized. Prabhupada says, do you think that uncivilized people back 5,000 years could think of such dire consequences which may come within span of seconds and make decisions? Prabhupada was chuckling and laughing there. Why? Because it is very difficult to figure out that what are we basing our civilization on. Today's civilization is based upon simply praman that we can see, something we can see. Things which we cannot see, it does not even consider it. But our previous generations, our praman was based upon Shruti, Shabda. When we would hear something from a bona fide source, we would believe or reject it. So that's how this system is, that people back then were so much civilized that they understood the consequences before they would fight a war. Today, war happens, and years after that, we understand what the consequences are. No one understands back right then. Here, we have people who understand the consequences much before they would pick up their bow. So that is the power and that is the intelligence, the guna of a devotee of Lord who is trying to go and fight. He represents a particular thing at that point, and that is a confused consciousness. It comes out clear and Lord clarifies it. So my take from this purport is that, first, people back then were much more civilized than we are today. Second, we got to think of consequences before we act. And third, it is better to judge one's own consciousness than to simply follow an example, because people who are following that or people who are doing that have a reason to do so. And we got to define our own reason. When we have our own reason to worship Lord, we know that we would stick to the process and not be wavy when the wind is other way around. And last thing, Prabhupada says, very important thing. Anyone who has taken, so the gist is here, anyone who has taken the shelter of lotus feet of Mukunda, the giver of liberation, giving up all kinds of obligation, and has taken to the path in all seriousness, most important word, owes neither duties nor obligations to anyone. So, just as while performing all these samskars, thinking of the consequences. The most important thing is in my mind and head, am I trying to serve the Supreme Lord in all seriousness? If that is happening, then Prabhupada is saying, be sure that the results are going to be good, because in our heart, every action that we are doing, it's with the intent that I simply want to serve the Lord. So that's my understanding of this verse. Hare Krishna. Any comments, critics, questions? Please, Prabhuji. So the question is, if I understand Prabhu, what you're saying is, when Maharaj Chitraketu called back his dead son, the son came back and asked, which parents? I have had many of them. And the question is, if that is the case, then how do I relate this back? Because I may have had many parents, many generations. So is that your question? So what I understand, Prabhu, is any life that we are given, whosoever be the parents in that life, we owe them a lot. Not just them, but we owe to the previous forefathers also. And when I pray that, oh my dear Lord, so I'll just take the example. Prahlad Maharaj, when he was born of the womb of Mother Kayadu, he prayed for Hiranyakashipu. He did not pray, Shastra does not say that he prayed for other parents or so. But we read that Prahlad Maharaj, 14 generations down and up, were liberated. So my understanding is that we owe to every parent that we have been born to. It is not just one parent. But in my state, which I remember today, Prabhu, whom are we praying for? Because Lord is seeing my prayers, and whosoever I am praying for, there is a note taken for that. So if I can recollect my parents from previous lives, and I can pray for them, my little understanding is that prayer is counted. And if I cannot, then maybe someone else is praying for them. I don't know. But it's simply that I have forgotten them. So in this life at least, that I have been given this education, it becomes upon me that I try my best to pray for all of those whom I am indebted to. Because I don't know if I will remember my previous generations, or when I'm dead and I have next body, I will remember my forefathers this generation. That's my understanding, bro. Correct me if you. Hare Krishna. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Thank you. Hare Krishna. We'll try Mataji. Hare Krishna. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha कृपा सिंधुपेव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो अनंतकोटि प्रसन्न जाय प्रभुपाद की जाय.
गौरयाभिर्भावभूमेष्टं निर्देशा सज्जनप्रिया वैष्णवा सार्वभौमश्री जगन्नाथाय वंशाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपासिन्धुभ्यैव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यः वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः. नमो महावदान्नाय कृष्ण प्रेम प्रदायते कृष्णाय कृष्णाचैतन्यनामिने गौरातिथे नमः. पंचतत्त्वात्मकं कृष्णं भक्तरूपस्वरूपकं भक्त्यावतारं भक्त्याब्जं नमामि भक्तशक्तिकम्. हे कृष्णा करुणा सिंधु दीनबंधु जगत्पते गोपीश गोपिका कंच राधा जयतां सुरतौ ममो मन्दर्मते गते मत्करवर्षपदां भोजौ राधामदन मोहन विद्वद्बिन्दारण्य कल्पद्रुमाधा श्रीमद्रत्नागार सिंहासनस्थौ श्री राधा शील गोविंद देवौ प्रसादी प्रमादं स्मरामि. श्रीमानरासरसारं वंशीवटस्तथा स्थितः कर्षणवेणोत्सनं गोपीनाथ तप्तकाञ्चन Gaurani Radhe Vrindavani Brita Bhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
গৌরাঙ্গের নাম লয় তার হয় যাই বলি হরি মেরে নাম লয় তার হয় প্রেম গায় যাই বলি হরি গৌরাঙ্গা রামেতে ঝুলে নিত্য লীলা তারে ফুলে ভক্তি অধিকারী গৌরাঙ্গ গুণেতে ঝুলে নিত্য লীলা তারে ফুলে গৌরাঙ্গের দুটি পদ গৌরাঙ্গের দুটি পদ যার ধন যার ধন সে জনে ভক্তি রস সার গৌরাঙ্গের মধুর লীলা যার কর্ণে প্রবেশ হৃদয় নির্মলভে গৌরাঙ্গের মধুর লীলা যার কর্ণে প্রবেশ হৃদয় নির্মলভে যে গৌরাঙ্গের নাম লয় তার হয় প্রেমোদয় যে গৌরাঙ্গের নাম লয় তার হয় প্রেম তারে যাই বলি হরি গৌরাঙ্গ গুণেতে ঝুরে নিত্য লীলা তারে গৌরাঙ্গ নামেতে ঝুরে নিত্য লীলা তারে ঝুরে গৌরাঙ্গ নামেতে ঝুরে নিত্য লীলা তারে সে জন্য ভক্তে হরি সে জন্য ভক্তি গৌরাঙ্গের দুটি পদ যার ধন সম্পদ জনে ভক্তি রস गौरांगेर मधुर लीला जार करने प्रवेश हृदय गौरांगेर संगीतानि नित्य चित्त बले माने गौरांगेर संगीतानि नित्य चित्त बले माने हे ब्रजनंदन गौरांगेर संगीतानि नित्य सिद्ध बने माने गौरांगेर संगीतानि नित्य सिद्ध बने माने से जाए ब्रजनंदन पाए से जाए ब्रजनंदन पाए गौरमंडल भूमि जे जाने चिंता गौरमंडल भूमि जे जाने चिंता हर है ब्रज भूमि हर है ब्रज भूमि गौरांगेर दुति पद लार धन संपद से जाने भक्ति रस गौरांगेर मधुर लीला जार करने प्रवेश हृदय मन भेद गौरांगेर मधुर लीला जार करने प्रवेश हृदय मन भेद गौरांगेर गौरांगेर दुति पदा जार धन संपद जने भक्ति रस गौरांग गौर प्रेम रसार्णवी सीतारंगे जीव डूबी गौर प्रेम रसार्णवी सीतारंगे जीव डूबी गौर प्रेम रसार्णवी सीतारंगे जीव गौर प्रेम रसार्णवी सीतारंगे जीव सीताधाम धवयन्तरम् राधा माधव अंतरं गृहे बाबनेते থাকে
গৃহে বনেতে থাকে আগৌরঙ্গ বলে ডাকে গৃহে বনেতে থাকে আগৌরঙ্গ বলে ডাকে গৃহে বনেতে থাকে আগৌরঙ্গ বলে ডাকে নরোত্তম মাগে তার সঙ্গ নরোত্তম মাগে তার সঙ্গ গৌরাঙ্গের রূপে পদন তার ধনের সম্পদ গৌরাঙ্গের রূপে পদন যার ধনের সম্পদ সে জানে ভগবতীর গৌরাঙ্গের মধুর নীলম যার কর্ণে প্রবেশিল গৌরাঙ্গের মধুর নীলম যার কর্ণে প্রবেশিল বিধান আর হয় প্রেম যে গৌরাঙ্গের নাম আর হয় প্রেম আরে যাই বলি হরি আরে যাই বলি গৌরঙ্গ গুণতে ঝুরে নিত্য লীলা তরে স্ফুরে গৌরঙ্গ গুণতে ঝুরে নিত্য লীলা তরে সেজন্য ভক্তি হরি সেজন্য ভক্তি হরি গৌরাঙ্গের দুটি পদ
Radha Krishna Bala 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 Hey Sikadiya Sabana सिखा दिया सिखा दिया জয় ভক্তি যখনই আমি
The following is a class on the Srimad Bhagavatam, first canto, 9th chapter, verse number 10, given by His Divine Grace, Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, recorded on September 10th, 1979, in Dallas.
Translation. Lord Shri Krishna is situated in everyone's heart, yet he manifests his transcendental form by his internal potency. This very Lord was sitting before Bhishmadev, as if Bhishmadev knew of his glories, he worshipped him due. Lord Shri Krishna is situated in everyone's heart, yet he manifests his transcendental form by his internal potency. This very Lord was sitting before Bhishmadev, and since Bhishmadev knew of his glories, we worship him duly. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. The Lord's omnipotency is displayed by his simultaneous presence in every place. He is present always in his eternal abode of God, and still he is present in everyone's heart, and even within every existence atom. When he manifests his eternal, transcendental form in the material world, he does so by his internal potency. The external potency, or the material energy, has nothing to do with his eternal form. All these truths were known to Sri Vishwadev, who worshipped him accordingly.
Om Ajnanatimarandasa Jananjana Salakaya Chaksur Militam Jena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Om Vishnu Padaya Vishnu Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gaudhavani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunnavadi Paskatta Deshatarine Vanchakalpataru Haishcha Kripa Sindhu Vihevacha Patitanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Namo Mahabananyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namane Gaudhe Tashe Namaha He Krishna Karna Sindhu Dinha Bandhu Jagatpate Gopisha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaudange Radhe Vrindavaneshware Rishabhanu Sute Devi Prananami Hari Priye Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishnam Chatat Prabhavaja Ashinam Jagadishwaram Hridishtam Hujayama Shamaya Opata Vikraham. So the scene at the end of the Battle of Kurukshetra finds the great-grandsire of all of the assembled warriors, Grandfather Bhishma Dev, lying on a bed made of arrows. We can just imagine the scene, so many warriors paying great homage to the most valiant of all the fighters, the grandfather of everyone, Bhishma Dev. Bhishma Dev is an extraordinary personality. He is a lifetime brahmachari and great warrior, very intelligent. So, he's not an ordinary personality. It is not like the ordinary warriors that fall down on the battlefield. He's an exceptional, extraordinary person. Pure devotee of Krishna. In chivalrous mood. During the battle, Bhishma Dev was fighting with Lord Krishna directly, throwing arrows at Krishna. But his love is such intense, pure love that Krishna felt the arrows to be like flowers thrown by a devotee. This is chivalrous mood. Krishna wants to fight sometimes. God has all the qualities. Sometimes people think that God is a stereotype image of some old person on a throne. But God is the supreme Purusha. He's the supreme enjoyer. So as the supreme enjoyer, he enjoys all types of different exchanges with his devotees. Enjoyment means with devotees. There's no possibility of Krishna enjoying alone. Therefore, the supreme personality of Godhead is worshipped as Radha Krishna. We don't worship Krishna alone. We worship him with his pleasure potency, Srimati Radharani. In fact, the devotees don't like to see pictures or paintings which just show Krishna. Rather, they surround Krishna with so many devotees because it is through his pure eternal associates that Krishna manifests his transcendental pastimes. So one of these pastimes is his mood of fighting. So in fighting, he likes to fight with his friends. It's like in Krishna book, we read about Krishna fighting or playing with his cowboy friends. So similarly, when he grows up a little, he still fights, but this time with his pure devotee, Bhishma Dev. And you know how Arjuna was in great difficulty, and he was about to be killed. Bhishma Dev took a vow that I shall destroy all the members of the Pandava family. So he was about to kill Arjuna. And although Krishna had promised that I will not take any side in this battle, still in order to protect his pure devotee, Arjuna, he jumped off the chariot and picked up a great chariot wheel and began to run at Bhishma Dev. Bhishma Dev immediately surrendered to Krishna. He was very pleased to see that although Krishna had given his word that he would not take part in the battle, in order to protect his pure devotee, he was willing to break his word. So the highest principle of all is bhakti, devotional service to God, which makes Krishna so much indebted that he will even break his word to protect his devotee. Therefore, for one who is fully surrendered unto the lotus feet of the Lord, he never has to fear anything. Just like the great devotee Prahlad Maharaj was abused in so many ways by his father, Hiranyakasipu. But because he is a pure devotee of Krishna, he was never fearful. So fear is a quality which is only present in those who are materially conscious. For one who is fully Krishna conscious, he is never fearful even for any moment, under any circumstance, no matter how difficult or trying it may be. The devotee never becomes fearful because he knows that if Krishna wants, he will protect me, and if he wants me to die, then I may also die. But I'm fully surrendered to his desire. And Krishna actually will protect his pure devotees. So Bhishma Dev, he's beyond this fearfulness of death. He's lying on a bed of arrows, but he's not in any way in any anxiety. Normally, one is under great stress at the time of death. People fear death even within this life. The whole insurance business, for example, is simply to protect one from death and one's dependents from one's death. The whole business was like the first lady of the country. She paid $30,000 or some huge amount for changing the features of her face to erase some wrinkles. Same idea, because she's afraid to recognize the approach of death. Everybody is like this. But why should one fear death? Because death is imminent. You cannot avoid it. Rather, you have to make a plan by which you will never have to suffer again the difficulty of death. There's no way to avoid death. Once you have taken birth, death has to come. But you can avoid repeated birth and death. This is the whole purpose of the Krishna consciousness movement. That one should make a schedule for himself in such a way that at every moment he's connected and attached to Krishna. Then whenever death may come, and it may come at any moment, one shall be remembering Krishna. Janma karma chame divyam yovam veti tattvataha takta deham punhar janmanahiti mameti sarja. Krishna promises that such a person will never have to take his birth again in this material world. But death is a big problem. It is a age-old problem. But it can only be solved by Krishna consciousness process. Material scientists are always giving a false promise that at any moment we shall solve death. But where is the solution to death? Wherever we travel with our Mahabharata, we see so many gravestones. At least we see death is going on. People are dying on a regular basis. Despite all promises of the advancement of medicine, still we don't see any decrease in the number of deaths. Rather, death is increasing. The frequency of death is increasing. Because man's duration of life is shortening in this Kali Yuga. If we average in all of the abortion deaths, it very much diminishes the life expectancy of anyone nowadays in the Kali Yuga. So, the point is not to avoid death, it is to avoid repeated birth. Because death you cannot avoid, but repeated birth you can avoid. Everyone should determine themselves that I shall never have to take birth again in this material world. So Bhishma is not afraid of death. Just like when we saw Srila Prabhupada, I also saw him just like Grandfather Bhishma. I said to him one day, he had returned to Bombay at the fag end of his life to try to complete the construction. And the construction was going on with the sound of cut, cut, cut. The mysteries, the marble mysteries, were putting on the last pieces of marble. But it was very disturbing to Srila Prabhupada. But still he tolerated it for 2 weeks. He lay in his bed just to push on the construction to the very end for the service of the deity, Radharas Bihari. So Srila Prabhupada was not afraid of death. He repeatedly said, from the very beginning, when he came to America, I may leave the scene, I may pass out of the scene at any time. So that's a fact. Any of us may pass out of the scene at any time. But the disciple has always got the connection with the spiritual master through his instructions and teachings, not necessarily through this body. But Prabhupada was always preparing us for the time when he would depart, always stressing the process of Shravanam Kirtanam, hearing and chanting. And he wrote, one who follows his instructions lives eternally with him. So one can never lose one's eternal connection with the spiritual master and Krishna. Bhishma Dev is not afraid of death. He's such a great, pure devotee that Krishna personally is present before him. This is a very wonderful thing. How many persons can physically have Krishna present before them at the time of death? It's the perfection of life. Everything that one does in this lifetime shall be tested at the time of death. How successful you were at remembering Krishna throughout the day in and day out, will all be tested at the time of death. So, Bhishma's meditation on Krishna, that it is perfect, is confirmed here by the presence of the Lord. And Bhishma Dev, although he's on a bed of arrows, is fully blessed by the Lord to be with complete control of all of his faculties. His mind is undisturbed. This is very wonderful. We also saw this in Srila Prabhupada. Great devotee doesn't become feeble-minded. Someone was telling me that they had visited the hospital for distributing prasadam. They said every single person in the hospital, the old age hospital, they were all feeble-minded. What is that called? Senile. They were all senile. Every one of the old people. But in Vedic culture, it is quite the opposite. Someone who lives a Krishna-conscious life does not have to fear that he will become senile at the end of his lifetime. By the grace of Krishna, his intelligence and mental faculties will be intact. Therefore, we find in Vedic culture gives respect to the elderly, not because of what they did when they were younger, but because they have the mature understanding which comes from experience within a long duration of life. Therefore, it is very important to protect the elderly members of society. In the Krishna consciousness system, the elderly members will be very wise and be able to give good guidance to all the younger members of the community. Even in our own group, we give respect to those who are older devotees. Now, what to speak of someone who's a devotee 50, 60 years and approaches the age of 70 or 80? They become very mature and wise. Srila Prabhupada, he had perfect use of his mind. He was giving instructions to all these senior devotees of the movement. He was going on with his translation of Srimad Bhagavatam even down to the last week of his lifetime. Just like Bhishma did. Laying on a bed of arrows, surrounded by all the great souls, and especially by Yudhisthira Maharaj, Bhishma Dev spoke wonderful prayers. Here it is mentioned that Krishna's glories are being described here. Bhishma could see Krishna standing before him, but it is this should be understood that Bhishma's qualification for having Krishna come before him is due to his ability to remember Krishna at every moment. The devotee has to learn how to see the Lord at all times. Actually, Krishna is in everyone's heart. Ishvara sarvabhutanam hrideshu arjuna tishtite. He's situated in everyone's heart. Sarvasya chaham vidishani vishto matta shmitir jnanam abhavanam cha. So, if one is dedicating all of his actions to Krishna, then Krishna will speak from within the heart to the devotee. The devotee will get guidance from Krishna, and thus the devotee's service will become more and more perfect. And we have to qualify ourselves to have Krishna guide us. Krishna guides us in the form of the spiritual master and his instructions. Krishna guides us in the form of the saintly persons, the Vaishnavas, senior devotees, and their instructions. And Krishna guides us through the Shastra, full of good instructions. And he purifies our hearts through the chanting of the holy name of the Lord. So one who becomes qualified through submission and service, such a person will be able to hear Krishna at every moment. The karmis are hearing so many bad instructions because they're only able to hear their mind. And their mind can simply repeat the materialistic ideas and conceptions learned from other materialistic persons. But a devotee whose mind is purified by submissive oral reception of these three, Guru, Sadhu, and Shastra, his mind talks to him only about Krishna and gives him only perfect guidance. So Bhishma Dev could understand the existence of the Lord everywhere. The materialists cannot do this. Atahasi Krishna namadi nabhavetgrayam indrayi. For one who is materialistic, his senses are dull. He cannot appreciate the form of the Lord, the pastimes of the Lord, the devotees of the Lord. He doesn't understand the presence of God in any circumstance. For him, all he can see is the dull energy of the Lord. Of course, this is also, in one sense, a form of the Lord. The universal form, for example, the Vishwarup, is made up of the external manifestations of God from his external energy. So one who is too materialistic, he will worship God in the form of the universal form. Just like you see nature worshippers. Actually, they don't understand it clearly, but whose nature is it? It is Krishna's nature. Someone who can appreciate, just see the power of the sun, how it warms the whole universe. Someone who appreciates the rain, just like farmers. They're very dependent upon good rain. So it's natural that someone who's farming, he's going to be God conscious. He may not understand the personal form of the Lord, but at least he'll understand that God sends forth the rain. God provides the sun. God has created this earth. That this appreciation will help him to make advancement. Everyone can somehow be connected with Krishna. There are so many statements you'll find in the Bhagavad Gita, how Krishna describes that I am the taste in water. Prabhupada says even a man who's addicted to drinking liquor should appreciate that this liquid is coming from God. Of course, it's better not to have to appreciate God only through drinking liquor. That is not a very elevated condition. But in any case, everything has its connection with Krishna. So, our duty as preachers of Krishna consciousness is to find out how to connect everyone we meet with Krishna. To some extent or another. The materialists may only appreciate great universal creation, so they may understand the form of the Lord in the universal form. The mountains are his stacks of bones. The sun and the moon are his eyes. And in this way, different parts of the oceans or the waters, the rivers, are his veins. In this way, different aspects of the material creation are compared to different parts of the universal form of the Lord. So in this way, a mundaner can meditate on God. Someone who's a little bit more advanced should be able to understand that within all of the energy of the Lord is the super soul. Just like it is mentioned here, that the Supreme Lord is situated everywhere. He is even within the atom. Andantarashta paramanu chayantarashtam govindam adi purusham tamaham bhajami. Eko piyashoya chaitam jagarandakoti yachakturasti jagaranda yarantaha andantarashtam paramanu chayantarashtam govindam adi purusham tamaham bhajami. He's situated everywhere. Krishna is everywhere, even within the atom. So unless his presence is there everywhere, he could never understand everything. So Krishna is the supreme knower, and by the grace of Krishna, a devotee can understand the glories of Krishna. Sevanmukhi jivado shayameva shprati adaha. But a pure devotee of the Lord, because he's engaged in the devotional service of the Lord, he can know the Lord by the Lord's mercy. Tesham satadiyuktanam vajatam priti purvakam dadami buddha yogam tam yainam amupayantite. This is a blessing of Krishna, that one who learns to please the Lord blesses him with full understanding of his glories. Otherwise, it is not possible to understand Krishna by any other method except bhakti. Bhaktya mama vijanati yavanyas chasing hatataha. Only by unalloyed devotional service can Krishna be understood. The yogis, or even beyond the yogis, the gross materialists, they cannot understand the Lord. They can simply pray for some result from their fruitive actions. At best, they can hope to become karma yogis and enjoy some fruitive result. Of course, even for that, they're dependent on God. But because of their being under the influence of the modes of passion and ignorance, they cannot give up their material desires. Therefore, although they pray to God, because they pray to God for material results, gradually they only get these material results. Of course, by coming in contact with Krishna, they may derive some benefit and gradually be purified. But the chances are that on account of approaching God through material desires, they may become caught up with the results of these material desires and thus lose the path of spiritual life. Of course, the karmis that we see, they don't even follow the path properly of Vedic injunction. The Vedas take into account, it is a vast literature, so there are different sections of the Vedas for different types of people. Even if you have material desires, the Vedas will teach you how to satisfy those desires and still contact Krishna. But the present day persons, they have no knowledge like this. And therefore we find that they're not at all, although they pray to God for material reasons, God give me this, God give me that, actually their all plans are smashed because they're completely against all religious principles. Even the karmi, though, who prays and follows the Vedic injunction, very easily he can become misled and simply become involved with fruitive reaction and thus not be able to obtain the mercy of Krishna. Practically, it is not possible in this age to follow these slower processes. one has to follow the path chalked out by the great acharyas. In this age, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Lord Chaitanya, has given us the method of Shravanam Kirtanam Vishnu, chanting the holy name of Krishna. The Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has indicated, along with his associates, the path of pure devotional service. Because if you mix your desires with Krishna consciousness, if you mix material desires with Krishna consciousness, those material desires are like weeds, and they may choke up the pure desire of getting Krishna. And thus we see, just like so many devotees, they come, they even get initiated, and then they fall away. This is because of their material desires. But what is the use of such material desires? Ultimately, everything within this material world will be taken away. But Krishna Bhakti can never be taken away. Krishna Bhakti is a real asset. It's an eternal, permanent asset. So, one should execute Krishna consciousness with full faith on Krishna, that by satisfying Krishna, all of my needs will be met. So we understand how Krishna is satisfied by attempting to satisfy or fulfill the orders of the spiritual master, Krishna's most dear representative. This is how we learn to fulfill Krishna's plan. And when Krishna's plan is carried out, automatically we will become happy. Now we are unhappy because since time immemorial, we have tried to create our own plans for our happiness. But this is not possible, because by nature we're eternally related to the Lord as servant to master. Until we resume that original relationship, we will never become happy, no matter how expert a plan maker we are, or no matter how much we endeavor to perfect those material plans. They're all doomed to fail. But one should follow the path as it is chalked out by the great acharyas, just like Bhishma. He's one of the Mahajanas, the great authorities of mankind. And he's giving instruction how to understand Krishna. And here it is mentioned that Krishna is situated in everyone's heart, and he manifests his transcendental form by his internal potency. So this form, which was present before Bhishma, is not a material form, but it is the manifestation of the internal energy of the Lord. First of all, we have to understand the Lord permeating everything. That is one understanding. So when one comes to understand that the form of the Lord within the heart, this super soul, Paramatma, is said to be approximately the size of the thumb, situated within the heart. This same Lord is the expansion. Hiradakshai Vishnu. He's the expansion originally of Lord Balaram, Shankarshan, Balaram, and Krishna. Krishna is the source of the super soul. Krishna is the origin of all incarnations. He is the origin of the expansion of super soul. The super soul that's in everybody's heart, that's even within the atom. He's the manifestation of Shiradakshahi Vishnu. Shiradakshahi Vishnu is expanded from Garbhadakshahi Vishnu, who is expanded from Karanadakshahi Vishnu, the great form of the Lord, from whose skin holes are coming millions of universes. And he is the expansion of Shankarshan. The Shankarshan is an expansion of Lord Balaram, Nityananda Ram. Lord Nityananda is Balaram. And this Balaram is coming from Krishna. The Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is Krishna himself. Therefore, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Radha Krishna Nahi Anya. We worship Gaur Nitai, Balaram and Krishna. They are the source of the expansion of super soul throughout the creation. But this Krishna has his original form in Goloka Vrindavan, in the the spiritual world. The topmost planet in the spiritual world, beyond this universe, beyond all the material creations, in the eternal world known as Vaikuntha, there is a planet or abode where Krishna is present in his original Swayamrupa, his original form, as Govinda, just like we see. The deity is an expansion of that Krishna or Govinda form. Radha Chandji's form is an expansion of that form. One should never see the form of the deity in a mundane way, thinking, oh, it is made of material elements. No. These elements now are fully transcendental. They act in all transcendental ways. Simply one has to purify his vision. Premanjana charita, bhakti valochanena, sandasa daiva hridayeshu alokayanti. Yam shama sundaram achinta guna sarupam, govindamadi purusham, tamaham bhajami. We have to worship. Here also the word worship is there. Pujayamasha, worship. This worship is there. It is essential. You cannot understand how Krishna's form is made of internal energy or transcendental simply by any academic method. It will not work by any academic method. You cannot simply study books, for example, and think that will make me realize the form of the Lord. No, one has to follow the entire process of sadhana bhakti as directed by the spiritual master. Then one's pure vision of the deity will bless you with pure vision so that you can see his transcendental nature. Like Bhishma, because of his service attitude, unconditional service attitude, he was able to see Krishna. Just like some of you are sleeping, so you won't see Krishna. I guarantee, as long as you sleep during class, you will not qualify yourself to see Krishna. You rest assured of this. You may gradually come to the point of not sleeping, but as long as you're sleeping, you're not going to see Krishna. It's only when you advance beyond the sleeping stage to the waking stage, then you'll get to the point where you'll then gradually qualify yourself to see Krishna. Rest assured, right now, you're not qualified. Sleeping during class is a disqualification to seeing Krishna. You cannot expect, if you're not hearing attentively, you cannot be qualified to understand the Lord. The process of Shravanam, Kirtanam is not working. This is also necessary, this philosophical understanding. You may think, well, I've heard this philosophy so many times. No. Srila Prabhupada, to the last day, was speaking, you're not your body. The one who is purified, he takes pleasure in hearing. It's like if someone loves somebody else, they'll go on hearing that person's glories again and again. A wife who loves the husband, she doesn't get tired of seeing her husband do the same thing day in and day out for his whole lifetime. She's satisfied to see him. That's love. So love is there. For if one actually has love for Krishna, he takes great pleasure in hearing the pastimes of Krishna. Simply we become dull. If suddenly we get presented with a big opportunity for sense gratification, immediately everybody will wake up. If a naked woman comes in here, no man will sleep. This is the conditioned nature. But the more beautiful form of Krishna is present before us, not only in his deity form, but also in his vibrational form. We're discussing the glories of the Lord, and people are sleeping. So the heart is still filthy. That is the problem. The heart is not cleansed yet. Therefore, I'm attracted, like the crow is attracted to spit. I'm still attracted to sense gratification, but I'm not like a swan yet. When the nectar is present, I'm still taking the water instead of the milk. So it requires great effort to advance in spiritual life. You have to make the effort. God helps those who help themselves. You have to take the help, of course. There is help given in so many ways, but you ultimately have to make that effort. So, this form that was present before Bhishma Dev is the eternal form of the Lord. It is described that when that same form that is present in the spiritual world, Goloka Vrindavan, Krishna personally came Ajopishan avayatma bhutanamishwaropishan. Prakritim shamadishtaya samavami atmamaya. I came, he said, in my original form. So, this form of Krishna is manifested internal potency of the Lord. God has many potencies. The materialist can only understand the external form, just like we're seeing so many external forms. But within the external form is the internal potency. Within everything is the super soul. Just like within this wood, this wooden beam is fire. Fire is there. If you know how to light a match and apply heat, you can bring fire out of wood. So similarly, if you're very expert, you'll know how to see the super soul manifest himself in every form. How is that done? You force out the super soul by your intense application of bhakti or devotional service. The more intensely you render devotional service, the more Krishna agrees to become present before your eyes. As much effort as you put in, so you'll see the result. Krishna will present himself before you, just like he presented himself before Bhishma, standing there. This was not a material form. So this very Lord was sitting before Bhishma Dev, and Bhishma knew of his glories. He worshipped him duly. So this knowledge comes by the grace of Krishna through the regulated program of sadhana bhakti. So we will be hearing gradually some of the wonderful prayers of Grandfather Bhishma Dev. Are there any questions?
I was wondering how we can qualify ourselves to receive an unlimited flow of your mercy.
It is not my mercy. The mercy is Krishna's mercy. And in this age, Krishna's mercy is being bestowed by the incarnation of Lord Krishna in this age, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. We are very fortunate to have taken our birth in this age because it is in this age particularly that Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu manifests himself and delivers the highest degree of transcendental love for God. Namo Maha Paranyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namani Gore Tashay Namaha. So Gauranga Mahaprabhu, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, is bestowing his mercy upon anyone who takes part in the Sankirtan movement. So this whole International Society for Krishna Consciousness, this is the Sankirtan movement. So all of you, the more you endeavor to absorb yourself in the Sankirtan movement, the more you'll receive the blessings of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. My part is simply to encourage everybody. As far as the mercy goes, that is Krishna's mercy. I'm simply encouraging you to take Krishna's mercy. So the method is, there are so many services. This is also part of the service, to hear nicely the Srimad Bhagavatam class, to take Prasadam nicely, to chant your rounds nicely. This is the participation in the Sankirtan movement. And then during the day, to go out and preach, or to take part in all of the other various activities of the Sankirtan movement, worship the deity, or cooking, teaching the children, raising children, constructing buildings. So many services are there. Unlimited services. So this is all part of the Sankirtan movement. One has to become absorbed in it. One has to not take up a service which will allow one to take it easy, but he should accept a service which will demand from him the greatest amount of service to Krishna. The spiritual master doesn't engage a devotee in such a way that it's very easy. Sometimes the devotee has so many, I'd like to do this, I'd like to do that. But what will bring out the purity and best qualities, that the guru has to see and give the idea how to do. Sometimes we have so many, I think I should do this, I think I should do that. But very often our desires are determined by the modes in which we're acting. Whimsy. But the spiritual master is not affected by whimsical vision. He can see very clearly how the modes are affecting the devotee. Therefore, qualities that the guru has to see and give the idea of how to do. Sometimes we have so many, I think I should do this, I think I should do that. But very often our desires are determined by the modes in which we're acting. Whimsy. But the spiritual master is not affected by whimsical vision. He can see very clearly how the modes are affecting the devotee. Therefore, just like an expert doctor, he can prescribe the right medicine so that the devotee will come out very blissful. Of course, in the beginning, the devotee may have some doubt, but he should control that doubt, if he has doubt, and have some faith. Therefore, faith is essential in spiritual life. Unless there's faith in the authority, then it becomes very difficult to make advancement. Faith can move mountains, the saying goes. So if one has good faith, then he can accept instructions and carry them out. Even though the modes may be pulling another way, gradually, by following these instructions, one will rise right above the modes, and he'll get to know Krishna. And that is the goal. When you know Krishna, then you can give Krishna to everyone. That will be a natural result of knowing Krishna. That automatically you'll be giving Krishna to everyone. See, this is a sign. If someone is really an advanced devotee, he will preach under any circumstance. It is not only that our book distributors, that is, of course, a program which directly manifests preaching, but actually someone who's advanced will preach throughout the day. So like we saw our cook, Mahadev. By our cook, Mathuranath and his wife became Krishna conscious, right? By Mahadev's grace, when we were visiting Tennessee, he would be cooking there and always preaching to your wife, and she was always hearing about Krishna. And simply by hearing like that, she became attracted. So he's a cook, but he was preaching all the time, the glories of Prasadam, the glories of the spiritual master. So everyone can do that. I used to see Jayananda, our godbrother Jayananda, who has passed away. But sometimes he was a mechanic for about a year. But everybody used to know, they used to call him Johnny Nanda. They didn't understand Jayananda, they thought his name was Johnny Nanda. So they always used to say, where's Johnny Nanda? And everywhere he would go to purchase his parts for the vehicles, he'd buy some axle grease or something, he'd be talking about Krishna, and people would give him donations like anything. He was always able to get so many donations.